Hi, the DM here. Probably asking yourself, where's episode 6? Where's episode 7? That's kind of what this is about. So, unfortunately, due to technical issues beyond my control, the both of those episodes of our game are gone forever. Can't retrieve them, I can't fix them, and there's nothing I can do about it. So, very, very sorry about that. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you as quick a brief overview of what happened in episode 6 and 7 to catch you up as you're moving into 8. Um, you could, of course, just skip right past this. You might be a little lost and say, what's all this and who are these people? Um, but I will be as quick as I can. Obviously, I'm going to be missing a lot of details because it was basically 8 hours worth of details that I'm going to try and squeeze in just a minute or so. So I do apologize again. I'm very, very sorry. But here is the brief overview of what happened between episode 5 and 8. It's 2 episodes. We'll call them the missing episode. I don't know why I did this because it's not a good thing. Um, but we'll call them the missing. So at the end of episode 5, you saw that Raquel was about to attack Hope. Well, thankfully, she did not attack Hope. um, it was not. It was delayed through a couple of things that happened, discussions and such. Raquel realized that the adventurers were her friends, and they did try to help her. They helped her retrieve some of her belongings. There was a battle to do so in the professor's laboratory, but the adventurers were successful, and they retrieved those belongings. Raquel seemed to be trying to communicate with the adventurers, but due to some issue, she kept saying that her head hurt, and it was very difficult for her to communicate. She was communicating in one or two word sentences. It was very difficult for her. Chartreuse the Goblin showed up and informed that the adventurers that their window to escape safely from the keep gone, and the only way for them to actually be able to do so safely, well, not even safely, but to do so, would be to actually go into the basement and investigate. She seemed to be under some kind of sway, that she couldn't actually speak her mind fully, and kind of spoke in kind of cryptic way, but informed them as much as she could to the group did make their way down to the basement upon finding in a few different rooms. In the first room, they found some kind of creature which they believed to be another creation of the professor. This large, rotund humanoid, no nose, very, very large, very, very massive, muscular creature. These bone spurs and pieces of bones protruding from its face, its arms, and its body it seemed that it would attack them, but upon Raquel seemingly recognizing it, it actually became very passive and decided to follow the group. Upon inspection of another room, they found this very, very old, emaciated, but somehow alive Zemnian man, um, who who was shackled to a chair, seemingly being deprived. Part of his torture in this keep was being deprived of food and water. He was not sure how long he had been in this keep, and they rescued him. Upon bringing this old man and the two creations of the professor together, it was discovered that creation, the horrific looking creation, was actually the old man's son, Edward. The old man had come at some point to rescue his son from this keep, and was unsuccessful and had been tortured. Um, most likely due to trying to rescue his son. Um, but he did not know who Raquel was, but Raquel seemed to know who this and call him father. And it turned out, after some discussion and back and forth, that apparently it seemed that the doctor had split Edward's brain between Edward and Raquel in creating Raquel. They were essentially sharing a. Edward was very mute, did not actually speak, and just kind of grunted, but did seem to recognize his father as well. Upon this strange family reunion, the adventurers did come upon the largest of the rooms down in the basement, where it seemed that the professor was down there already in the midst of doing something. Upon coming into the room, it seemed that the professor was opening up some sort of portal. And opening up this portal, there was also these large orange crystals, similar to the ones that were seen outside of the keep earlier in the evening by the adventurers. And uh, the professor decided to started talking to the adventurers and telling them, "Oh, I always wanted to surprise you, but it's okay that you're here. I'll be taking you somewhere, and I need your help. And just if you come with me, I'll help you." There was a little bit of back and forth, and as you would expect, our adventurers attacked the professor. In the midst of this battle, the professor transformed and changed into this red skinned, winged, humanoid, androgynous figure who began to fly up into the ceiling and still kept telling the adventurers, "Stop attacking. You're making a mistake. Just please come with me. Um, yeah, I need your help, and once you help me, I promise that I will help all of you." Yet they continued their attack. Also, in the midst of this attack, trying to break one of the crystals that seemed to have some kind of effect, stopping this portal from actually growing. Um, as you would expect, with all this noise and everything going on, the kobolds from upstairs began to descend down into the basement itself, whereupon our adventurers are kind of split, half in the room and half outside of this room in the hallway. Um, and just when things seemed dire, Galen had fallen, Jarena had fallen, uh, kobolds were swarming in. Jeff, and Chartreuse, the two goblin servants, appeared in a flash of light and thunder in the midst of this battle. And as this battle began to continue to rage on, that's where episode 8 picks up. And I hope you enjoy. Again, I really do apologize that you won't be able to see episode 6 and 7, but we'll pick it up from there, and this shouldn't be an issue anymore. So, hello, everybody. Welcome to Players and Creators. I am the DM, uh, as always. Before we get started, just have a few quick announcements, and then we can actually jump right into the game. So the first announcement is that next Thursday, for everyone here in the States, is Thanksgiving. So we will not be having our normal D&D game and our normal stream next Thursday. There will be no stream next Thursday, I am sad to say. But we will safely be with our families and trying to celebrate the best we can and as safe as we can. And we would like to ask that all of you who are watching, who celebrate, please also be safe as well as you can. It's a lot of craziness is going on. We got a second wave of this pandemic coming up, and so please, you be safe. We wish for your families to be safe as well, and just everybody do their best to keep each other safe, but also try and celebrate because while 2020 really sucked ass, as long as we are together and we are doing our best to lift each other up, there are absolutely things to be thankful for. So just try and think in those terms and be safe next week. However, although we won't be streaming our D&D game on Thursday, next Saturday and Sunday, yours truly will be streaming on Saturday and Sunday. On Saturday at 4:30 will be Old Man Plays Old Games. I'll be continuing the Deadpool Chronicles, playing Deadpool, and all the ridiculousness that entails. And then on Sunday, I will be doing another Talking with the DM at 6 p.m., where I will be talking about how to build your character for a D&D game, both from the perspective of a DM sitting down with their player, as well as just kind of the basics. There will be visual aids, and last Talking with the DM was a lot of fun. We had a lot of folks come on. We had really good discussions about being at the table and the story and what a table should look like, and it was a really good. If you missed it, you can actually, if you haven't already, you can just subscribe to the YouTube page. A lot of those are going to be on our YouTube page, as well as any of the episodes, the streams that you've missed of this game, if you want to catch up on things. But so yeah, so that'll be this Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 6 p.m. And that is pretty much it for all of the everything I've got as far as announcements are concerned. So we are going to kind of jump right in to the game. And again, for those who are joining us, who maybe this is your first time joining us and being here, welcome. But because we are doing a tabletop D&D game, our mods will absolutely do their best to answer any and all questions you might have, but we won't be able to directly, most of us will not be able to directly interact with you, as is the nature of a D&D game. So we apologize for that, but we just want you to be aware. But we want you to enjoy the story that we're putting on together. So with that, let's kick this pig. I don't, mind you, I don't condone kicking animals of any kind, but that's just turn of phrase. So as we move forward, last time we were together, the seven of you were basically putting together what seemed to be some kind of mystery, as you had all been brought to this island, a strange island in the middle of the Ustalak, that you were actually trying to get to, the Ustalak itself, not the island. Some strange force pulled you to this island, put you in this strange keep, where all of these strange goings on were. You were in the middle of a gathering. You found that the owner of this keep was a mysterious drow by the name of Professor Francessca Neebolt Furter, transmutation specialist. She welcomed you into her home with open arms and gave you lodging for the evening. During the evening's lodging, some of you began to explore your surroundings. Others decided to go try and find out more about this keep, and in doing so, you actually found the professor's creation, which you were all witness to, Raquel crying. You befriended her, and in befriending her and taking her to where she wanted to go in the castle, you were attacked by the professor's defenses in the laboratory, where you actually witnessed the birth of this creature, Raquel. And as you defeated the defenses of the laboratory, you were also strangely ushered and encouraged to go down into the basement to basically try and leave this keep, by one of the goblin servants, by the name of Chartreuse. Her brother Jeff was nowhere to be found, but he had earlier given you some very cryptic instructions. Additionally, you did make your way down into the basement and found yet another creation of the professors. And in continuing your exploring, you found an emaciated old man, who wound up being the father of the first creation, of the creation that you found in the basement as well, which you found out to be named Edward. And then you realize slowly that Edward and this new creation, Raquel, were sharing a brain. Upon going into and trying to explore the very last door in the basement, you found that the professor knew you were there and was waiting for you. As you came inside this large room, you found two large glowing crystals and some kind of portal being opened. The professor seemingly nonplussed that you were there and actually excited, said that you were about to enjoy the surprise, and she wished that you have waited just a little bit longer for the surprise, but it was okay, and she wanted to share it with you. And upon telling you that, you all proceeded to attack. Um, and in the middle of this battle, a number of things happened. Hope and Leah found themselves unable to control their bodies and started dancing uncontrollably. Um, jumping to the left and taking a step to the right, as the song goes. And Meanwhile, on the outside, some of the party were encountering these scarecrow creatures, as well as the kobold servants who had now begun to swarm down into the basement. Um, Jarina, in the middle of this battle, also fell, and she is now currently bleeding out on the ground. As she's bleeding out on the ground, the old man is ripping at the rags that he's wearing and starting to try and staunch the bleeding. And in doing so, is actually halting the process as long as he's not interrupted. And that is where we are actually going to start. So at the top of the round, it is actually the professor who you all saw transform into an androgynous creature of red skin, long red dark horns, and red leathery wings that actually held them aloft as it flew into the sky. It is now currently filled with cuts and from all of the attacks that it has so far suffered. And as we come to the top of this round, immediately the professor, as you know this creature to be, screams out, "Stop!" And as they say stop, not only can you all hear this in those who are currently in the room with them, it's Galen, Leah, Hope, and Rowan are in the room. On the outside of this room, you can clearly hear the voice of the professor, as if you were in front of the professor themselves. Those on the outside of this room, which would be Squall, Squall, Jarina, Squall, Jarina, and Edward, and Raquel. You all notice that the scarecrows who were coming in with these large clawed hands seemingly stop their attack and are just kind of hovering in their space. The kobolds, who are literally starting to swarm the area, stop suddenly and kind of cower under the weight of this voice. Just recently, before this happened, two flashes of gold lightning appeared out of nowhere, and both Jeff, and Chartreuse appeared in the doorway of the room, seemingly coming out of nowhere, magically possibly. And as the professor screams stop, all of this happens, and everything seems to stop. And she kind of floated as their wings are just flapping and keeping them aloft, and they're looking down, holding at putting their hands on some of the cuts that they have acquired during this battle. They look down and they kind of shake their head and say, "Adventurers always attacking without knowing the full story. This is always the way." And then they just kind of look around, and they look at the ones that are there, watching Hope and Leah actually uncontrollably dancing while this is going on. Rowan in your horse form, attacking one of the crystals, and they continue to shake their head and say, "Do you not understand the gifts that I was going to give all of you? Most of you are running to or from something. You," and she points to Galen, who is on the floor, don't you wish to know the burden of what you're trying to find? That secret that you carry? And she looks at you, Leah, as you're uncontrollably dancing. You're starting to breathe heavy from the exertion of your dancing. And you, that little trinket that caused you so much trouble. And you, the gray one, always with such a simple request. You want to know why the flowers are purple. I can answer these questions for you. I can help you. I wanted to help you. But no, as usual, attack first, ask questions later, like any adventurer. I didn't have quite this much problems with the others. Edward and Raquel, obviously, it was a mistake to split the brain between the two of them, but you can't make advancements without these things. You have to take chances. And the old man. Did you know the old man came into my keep with a contingent of men, and without ever such a thought, without even a hello, slaughtered some of my guests and some of my children? Of course, I held him here to be punished for the lives he took. But no. Attack the thing that you don't understand. Attack the things that seem wrong. All I ask is that you stop. All I ask is that you say you'll come with me, that you agree to come with me. And everything that you are running from, everything that you are running to, all the things that you think you need to be safe, I will protect you. I will give you the gifts you require to protect yourselves. You just need to come with me and stop your attack. And everyone hears this. So, as of this point, as there doesn't seem at least to be a threat from the professor, we're going to keep initiative order, but we are not in combat unless you decide that that's what you want to do. So the professor says these things, and everyone, even out in the hallway, clearly can hear what the professor just said. And so, next in the order of initiative is Phoebe. So, Phoebe, you've heard this. You're in the room. You're watching Hope and Leah dance uncontrollably. Galen is on the ground. He was unconscious and bleeding out, but now his eyes are open and he's starting to stir. You don't see what's going on out in the hallway. You have no idea what's happening out there. What do you do? What do you want to do?
Aren't I inside though?
You
In
are,
the same room?
yeah, no, yeah, you are in the same room, but you don't see what's happening out in the hallway. But you heard what they said very, very clearly. What would you like to do?
I want to roll insight to see if there's any deception.
Okay, roll an insight check.
16?
16. You're not entirely sure what kind of creature the professor is, so it's a little difficult to discern like what most people would have as like tells that you can actually figure out, like, oh, this person's not being truthful or they are. For the most part, you're not sensing deception, but you're not 100% sure.
Alright, I'm gonna stay where I am then. Hopefully someone else does. Yeah.
Okay. Um, Next up is so you're just going to stay there. You're not going to do anything.
No, I technically used an action, right?
That yeah, the insight check was your action.
Yeah, there's nothing more I can do. So
Okay. All right. So next is Leah. So Leah, you are currently uncontrollably dancing. So I need you to make a Wisdom saving throw to try and break this control over yourself. What'd you get?
21.
21. As you're dancing, you're trying to find it, and you hear that voice, and you see them in front of you. It's come on, come on, you're not a dancer. This is ridiculous. You need to stop. You really need to stop this. And as he says this to you, you look at him. You go, "Yeah, you're damn right. I'm not a dancer." And as you come to that realization, you now have control over your body, and you no longer dancing. You do now have the ability. You do have an action. You have movement. You have a bonus action if you like to take it. Um, because that was thankfully with that spell you get to do that at the beginning of your turn instead of the end. So what would you like to do?
I'm going to hold my action until we're attacked, and then I'm going to use a dagger um, to throw at our attacker.
Okay. All right. Um, and at this point, the professor is kind of looking at those who are still in the room, like almost like with a pleading kind of look, like awaiting your answer if you are going to agree to go with them or not. Um, that brings us to Galen. You're
He gets up.
mm-hmm. So that's half your movement.
That takes 20 feet.
Yeah, getting up from prone is half of your movement. Always.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna walk over to Hope and try to get her out of that weird dancing trance.
Uh,
And
how are you going to try that? How are you going to attempt that?
gonna be like, this, you are a terrible dancer. Come on, this isn't you. Come on. I'm just like trying to convince her. Come on, stop. This is ridiculous. Come on. And
Okay. Make an intimidation check. Well, actually, no. This would be persuasion. This would be more persuasion.
I'm not quite intimidating her. I'm just trying to convince her. Like, what are you doing?
Well, I have a question. Because I'm insane, does that make it harder for him?
I'm sorry. Say it again. You're insane.
Yeah, I wound up insane. I failed one of my what you call it.
No, no, no. You didn't. No, it's the pelvic thrust that'll make you insane. That'll drive you insane.
Okay,
That's what I said.
okay.
it's the lyrics, Mama.
What'd you get?
I got a 17.
17. All right. So you seem super persuasive to Hope, who just kind of continues to dance and look at you like, what?
It's
And
not working.
doesn't
All right.
doesn't seem to have much of an effect.
All right.
But she seems convinced that she's a pretty bad dancer. Is that all you're gonna try and do?
Um, I guess actually, after failing miserably to try and convince Hope to not dance, I think I'm gonna look at the what I think is a demon, and ask why what do you hope to gain by helping us? I mean, what do you want? Why are you trying to help us if that is what you intend to do?
You just need to come with me. You just need to agree to come with me. And I'll take care of everything. I need your help. And that's what she says. And that is your turn. That's what they say, I'm sorry. All right, so next up is the kobolds. And so for those who are in the hallway, that is Squall and Jarina at the moment. And well, actually, Jarina, you are unconscious, so you wouldn't actually see this. But Squall, you can actually see the kobolds not back off, but they're kind of shrinking and they're not advancing, and they seem to just kind of be waiting. Like, but they're also like cowering a little bit. And they make no move at all towards any of you in the hallway. It is now Jeff, and Chartreuse's turn. So Jeff, and Chartreuse, who have appeared in these simultaneously flashes of lightning in the hallway, turn and walk into the room. And as they walk into the room, they look up and they go, and the professor looks down and says, "What? You shouldn't be in here. It's impossible." "No, master, it's not impossible. The things you use to shackle my sister and myself are now the very things that empower us, and will see to your end." And Chartreuse looks at her brother for a moment, and she goes, "Yep, what he said." And all of a sudden, the professor goes, No. I knew it was a mistake to keep you both alive." And this is where we are going to switch to the battle map. Because now, it seems like Jeff, and Chartreuse are instigating combat. Okay, so let's adjust things here a little bit. So Galen did stand up. Jeff, and Chartreuse made their way into. Scarecrows are still kind of hovering. Don't seem to be attacking at the moment. And Jeff is going to make the first move. Jeff steps up, and he immediately, you watch as his hands, he lets go of the book that's in front of him, and almost as the moment he lets go of the book, it just disappears from his hands. And then you watch as he just does what looks like some kind of incantation, and he begins to fly. Yeah. That's his action. And and that's what he's going to do. And he kind of positions himself right in front of the professor. Chartreuse, she, she's gonna go. All right, let's make you a little easier to hit. And she snaps her fingers, and immediately, let's see, the professor fails their check, and is immediately wreathed in what looks like this purplish, like aura around it. Everyone has advantage to attacks on the professor now, as they are encompassed by fairy fire. All right. So now, next up after Jeff, and Chartreuse is Maya. Jarina's little pseudo dragon. Now, for whatever reason, I was doing some cleaning up. I cannot find a mini for Maya, so I am going to use the thing. Doesn't look like a pseudo dragon at all. It is another mini, but it'll suit our purposes. She flies down next to Jarina as she's being bandaged by the old man, and she's just gonna stay there for the moment. Doesn't seem to do anything, but she's just she lands on the ground and she's like, seems like she's talking smack to the scarecrow. All right, so next up is Rowan. Rowan, what would you like to do in your horse form?
I'm just gonna keep whacking away at that crystal.
Okay, roll to hit the crystal.
Can I also, do I know what the professor actually is?
To discern what the professor is, you have to make the choice. Do you want to attack the crystal, or do you want to try and figure out what the professor is?
Attack the crystal then.
Okay, so roll to hit the crystal.
Okay. I rolled to hit. I gotta look. So, 24 to hit.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Okay.
Roll hoof damage.
I got 7.
7 damage.
Yeah.
Okay. As you rear back and your hooves hit the crystal once more, that small crack that you saw forming now gets a little bit larger, and the pulsing of the crystal is not as steady as it was when you first came into the. In fact, it's starting to look a little erratic. So you're gonna stay there and just keep whacking at it, or?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Next up is Jarina. You don't have to make any death saving throws because the old man is currently working on you. So until he's finished, or somebody heals you, That's your turn. Okay.
Cool.
It is now the Scarecrow's turn. Very eerily, the Scarecrows are just kind of floating. I mean, their feet are on the ground, but the way their bodies are moving, they just seem to be kind of floating in their space. Very, very odd. But they're not making any moves to attack. The one that was attacking Jarina is now kind of looking at Maya in a very, very, like, cocked head, weird looking way. But is not making any moves towards them. So that is the Scarecrow's turn. Now Hope's turn. Hope, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. See if you'll stop dancing.
With none of my help.
Actually, you know what? Do it with advantage because Galen convinced you how bad a dancer you are.
Oh shit, that actually... Huh. I thought that actually did nothing.
Well, you wouldn't know that until her turn came around.
Yeah, true.
What you get? Hope.
Sorry, my headphones disconnected. I missed a lot of
Couldn't hear anything you said. Came out very, very garbled.
that. I said sorry, my headphones disconnected. I didn't hear any of that.
Okay. I will. You now have to make a wisdom saving throw to see if you will stop dancing, and you get to make it with advantage because Galen convinced you you're a terrible dancer.
15.
15 was what you needed. So you immediately, as you're saying to yourself, I don't want to admit that he's right, but I'm not really a great dancer. And as you come to that realization, take control of your body and stop dancing. You have your action, movement, and bonus action if you'd like to take it. What would you like to do?
Hold on one second. I'm gonna hold my action until somebody attacks me.
Okay. All right. So next up is Squall. Squall, you see the scarecrow in front of you. It's just kind of floating there, not doing anything. It's in front of Raquel, and it's not attacking you or Raquel. Your echo has 3 kobolds within melee range, and none of them are doing anything. What would you like? Oh, you also see Jarina bleeding out on the ground.
And I believe I was holding a torch last a lit torch to the at arm's length of a scarecrow.
Yes, that is correct, and it seemed pretty intimidated by this fire being thrust at its face.
Right. So I very confused by this encounter. I will hold my action of torching the scarecrow promptly. But that's it. That's all I'm doing. I'm just holding my action that's it.
Oh, okay.
Really, really frustrated and tensed up because I have no idea what's happening.
I will say roll an intimidation check for me.
Okay. Okay. 12.
12. Yeah, it as you kind of like ha ha, with the torch in its face, it definitely looks afeared. It takes a few steps back. In doing so, Raquel will take she will take an attack of opportunity on the scarecrow. And she misses. Actually, no, she gets advantage because she's going reckless. That does hit. So she hits the scarecrow for wow, a big 4 slashing damage. As more stuffing just falls out of its chest as it moves back. It does snap its gaze to her, but oddly doesn't seem like it's going to take any kind of retribution or attack on her. Yeah. So it is now Raquel and Edward's turn. So Raquel is looking around. She seems like she's thinking about something. And she yells out, Raquel! And as she yells out her own name, Edward turns around and walks to her. She, in turn, walks over to the old man as he is bandaging Jarina on the ground. She takes off the necklace, the rope string necklace that Hope made for her with the ring on it, and she puts it around the old man's neck. And then she just kind of looks at him and she goes, bye-bye. And both her and Edward run into the room. And they both take their action to dash to get right underneath the professor. Although the professor is basically flying in the air above them, they are directly below the professor now. And as they run away, the old man's like, no, Edward, no! And that is their turn. He watches as they run away, continues to work on Jarina, seems to make a decision in his mind, and continues to work on Jarina. And that brings us back to the top of the round. It is now the professor's turn. The professor looks at Jeff flying almost eye level, says, I don't know what your plan is, little one, but I knew it was a mistake to keep you around this long. Mistake won't make again. She is going to fire 2 of her fire rays, Jeff. First one misses. Second one goes to hit, and you watch as Jeff raises a hand in front of himself, and the fire ray strikes an energy barrier in front of him and just harmlessly dissipates. And Jeff just looks at the professor and goes, no, master. Not this time. That's the professor's turn. Phoebe, it's now your turn. What do you want to do?
I'm still gonna roll an insight.
On who for what?
On the professor from the last round. Or can I not do that?
Well, what are you trying to ascertain that you didn't? Because if it's the same thing, you can't roll an insight check on the same thing.
Oh, okay. Alright, I'm just gonna fire my arrow.
At
The professor.
okay. So roll to hit.
$17.
Um, as you shoot your arrow at the professor catches it in their hand and breaks the arrow before it actually reaches them. No damage. Would you like to move? 6 seconds. What are you doing?
I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay. Leah, you are up. Galen, you are after Leah.
So nobody is attacked so far. We're just listening to um, what's happened with the professor and her servants, pretty much, right?
Right. The professor did actually try to attack Jeff, but was unsuccessful.
She hasn't attacked us, though.
She hasn't. They haven't attacked any of you.
Okay. Then I'm gonna wait till they attack us
Okay.
and hold my action again because I don't want to initiate a war.
Oh, okay.
It'll be the same thing with the dagger.
Okay, no problem. All right. So you're holding your action to attack if they attack one of you. All right. So that's Galen then. Galen, what do you want to do?
Hold on.
Well, actually, you and the lair action are on the same turn, so the lair action actually goes first. So
Oh no.
I'm going to need Phoebe, Galen, and I have to roll for the 4 NPCs in here a Wisdom saving throw. Leah and Hope, you are actually immune to this because you shook off the effect. Rowan, I need you to also roll a Wisdom saving throw as well. Okay. So Phoebe, what'd you get?
20 not nat.
Okay. Galen?
Saving throws?
Yep, Wisdom saving throw.
18.
Okay, and Rowan?
26.
All right. Okay, so Edward, well the three of you are not affected by the lair action. Edward seems to shake it off. However, Raquel begins dancing uncontrollably, as well as Chartreuse. At this point, they're at the pelvic thrust. As you all know, it really drives you insane. So yeah, that happens. Now, Galen, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
Realizing that sober Galen is probably going to be useless in this fight, he's going to start drinking until he has like a buzz.
Okay. So bonus action, you start chugging. You have your little, you have your gourd, and you start drinking from it. You start chugging. That'll be your bonus action. You're obviously not there yet, as you kind of woke up completely sober. But you have an action and you have movement if you want to take it.
Yeah. Hmm. I think I'm gonna go to Chartreuse and try to get her out of her weird dancing thing again.
Okay.
But this time I'm not gonna like insult her because for private reasons.
Sure.
that so I'm just going to be like, "You're a great dancer, but there's important work we need to get done. She needs to go down." and
Okay.
that's what I say to her.
All right. Make a persuasion check for me.
Okay. Uh, 19.
19. Okay. You feel like you're pretty persuasive. You've made a very persuasive argument to her. Next up are the kobolds. They are still cowering and not doing a damn thing. It is now Jeff's turn. Jeff is going to... Yeah. Jeff is going to cast Lightning Bolt. 3rd level. Yeah, and let's see, so the professor has to make... Actually, no. Jeff is going to cast Magic Missile. And cast that at 3rd level. So...
Magic missile.
Yep. That is 28 force damage as you watch Jeff just holds his hand out, and these green little, they look like actual skulls, like these like skulls made out of light, and they're almost translucent, and they just shoot forth from his hand and just start pummeling the chest of the professor, and you can all hear with each pummel from these 7 force darts, just bones cracking from each hit. And upon the final hit, you watch as the professor just plummets to the ground. As that happens, Jeff says, "It's your turn now, sister." And he looks down and he sees that she's dancing. And he goes, "Oh, this won't do at all." And let's see. Yeah, he's just gonna fly over. Flies over to the portal, and he seems to now be focusing on the portal. Chartreuse is going to roll to see if she can stop dancing. She gets advantage thanks to Galen. Good thing she had advantage because that was a 1. But on the second roll, she now has control of herself. As she stops dancing, she goes, "Ooh, oh, thank you so much, young man. That was a big help. I'm coming, brother." She runs over to below where her brother is, and she looks at the portal, and she goes, "Nope, nope, nope. That won't do at all." And she lifts both of her arms and extends her palms towards both crystals. And as she does, you watch the color of the portal turn from red to orange. And as that happens, you can all hear the professor very, very weakly, just like, no, no, stop. What are you doing? She goes, making sure you don't get what you want. And that is going to be her turn. Now Maya's turn. Maya is just going to continue to kind of stay right by Jarina. She's not going to move anywhere. Rowan, it's your turn. What would you like to do? You can actually see, Rowan, that the crystal is pulsing faster, but erratically. It's not like it was in time with the other crystal previously until you started damaging it, and now it's pulsing again, but it's just kind of like erratically pulsing. But it does definitely seem to be faster now.
I'm gonna stop hitting it, and I'm gonna back away slowly.
Okay. All right, you kind of, cluck, 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 and got to kind of move backwards away from the crystal. Doing anything else, or you just, that's it?
Who am I next to?
You're next to Hope at this moment.
I'm very confused as to what's going on, but I'm still pretty sure that portal is bad news. But I'm gonna just stay next to Hope.
Okay. All right. It's Jarina's turn. Jarina, because the old man was bandaging you, you are no longer bleeding out. But however, you are still unconscious. Though you're essentially stable. But you are still unconscious at the moment.
Got it.
Okay. It is the Scarecrow's turns. They are just hovering, not doing anything, not taking any movement aggressively or otherwise towards anyone. Hope, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
I am still confused as heck. I'm just going to watch and try and figure out what I should be doing.
Okay. Do you want to make any kind of check to further that, or what would you like to do?
I'm thinking.
Oh, you gotta be on the ball. Come on. What do you want to do?
Um, Can I make a perception check, I guess, on it would be perception on what Jeff and Chartreuse are actually all about.
That would be more of an insight check than a perception check. Sure, you make an insight check. That'll be your action.
Nine.
9. You're super confused. You're not entirely sure what they're trying to do. They're obviously trying to stop the professor. Like, there's no doubt in your mind that's what they're doing. And so far, that seems to be the move. So why not?
Okay.
You have movement.
Yeah, I know I do. But there's nothing, like, threatening me right now, right?
Not at the moment.
I'll stay where I'm at.
Okay. All right, Squall, it's your turn.
I'm gonna stand guard because I don't think I. What are we doing, guys? Do we keep attacking or do we stand down? What are we doing, guys? Do we keep attacking or do we stand down? And I stand at the ready again, and I'll just.
Do you want to do
I'll
it?
just hold my action.
Do you want to do anything with your echo, or just keep them there?
Nope, I'm gonna keep my echo is seemingly in a good place.
Okay. All right. It is now Raquel and Edward's turn. So for Raquel, she's gonna try and break the dance hold on her, and she's actually successful. She stops dancing. She looks very confused. And both her and Edward run up to the prone form of the professor. They both turn around and seem to be protecting them. Raquel is going to take a swipe at Chartreuse. That hits, yep, that hits. And she's going to hit Chartreuse for... Ooh, 14 slashing damage. As this little goblin just... actually a very big swipe at her arm, and now there's blood pouring down Chartreuse's arm. Edward is just kind of taking a flank, like a position next to Raquel, is not actively trying to attack anything, but absolutely seems to be protecting the professor from any other harm. Next up is... Who's next? Yeah, next up is the old man, who seems very confused by everything that's going on. He moves over to where Edward and Raquel was, and picks up the things that they dropped. Raquel dropped everything that she was carrying except for her axe. So he picks up the sword in the scabbard. He picks up the backpack and he kind of puts it on. And he starts to make his way past the scarecrows to the doorway. And stops there as he stares into the doorway. Top of the round. Now the professor's turn. Professor is on the ground. They stand up after movement. They look towards the portal and go, "No, this isn't right. This is dangerous. What are you doing?" And they are going to... Yeah, you watch as Professor basically starts doing what looks like some kind of incantation, and now the portal is starting to fluctuate between the color red and the color orange, and that's pretty much all they're doing right now. Phoebe, you're next. What's up?
I'm going to make an insight to try and understand what both sides are doing with the portal.
That would be more of a perception check than an insight check. Because you're trying to ascertain what multiple parties are doing with physical objects in the area. That's more a perception check. You could make an insight check on an individual, but on a group of people, it'll be more of a perception check. In this instance,
I am going to do an insight on the professor.
okay. Roll an insight check.
21.
21. You're not familiar with like the magic that's being used here, but the impression you're getting is that there's definitely almost like a battle of wills for this, for control over this portal, which seems to now be in Chartreuse's control, and the professor is absolutely now trying to regain control of it. Initially, when you were in here before, the portal was starting to widen, and that stopped when Rowan was actually attacking Crystal. Now they're just the portal doesn't seem to be getting any larger, but it's definitely changing color based on who's controlling it. Professor
Well,
very clearly is trying to gain control of it.
well, based off of that, do I feel any sort of malicious intent from the professor's side?
You're not familiar. You're not even familiar with what the professor's motives are at this point. So they seem pretty genuine on most of the things that they were saying to you. They absolutely do seem scared at this point, based on the what's happened thus far. Not so much the attacking of them, that you all attack them, more that the portal is now not in their control. They seem more afraid of that than anything else.
Okay.
So what else would you like to do?
Well, I can't use anything else. So I'm just gonna stay where I'm at.
Okay. Leah, it's now your turn.
I'm gonna. I'm trying to see where I am on the battle map.
You're right here.
Okay. So I'm just gonna get a little bit closer to. I think that's Rowan next to me with the white hair.
No, that's Phoebe.
Oh, okay. I'll get a little
Rowan's a
closer to-
horse.
I'm a horse.
Of course you are. Of course.
Of course, of course.
Can I move a little bit closer to Phoebe? And again, I'm gonna hold my action because I don't want to throw the first punch.
Okay, yeah, no problem. So you hold your action, getting ready. And what's the trigger?
The trigger is if we are attacked by any of these creatures.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Next up is Galen. There doesn't seem to be currently a lair action that you all can ascertain. But Galen, it is now your turn.
This is weird.
What you doing? Remember, each combat
Yeah.
round is 6 seconds. So
It's 6 seconds. How do do Raquel and Edward look like they're mind controlled or being controlled in any way?
you would have to make some kind of insight check to ascertain that.
I'll do that.
Okay, make an insight check.
Oh, there it is. Jesus Christ. 24.
24. Raquel is actively attacking Chartreuse and seems to be enraged at the things that Chartreuse is doing. You're not like an expert by any means, or have pretty much any knowledge on mind control magic. So that wouldn't know how to tell it, but they seem both hurt, seem to be acting of their own volition, as far as you can tell. But then again, they are sharing half a brain.
Yeah, so he's got to walk over to the crystal, the damaged crystal.
Okay.
I used my insight check as an action, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna. Hold on. You know what? Yeah. That's pretty much it.
Okay. All right. The kobolds do nothing but cower. And it is now Jeff and Chartreuse's turn. The first thing Chartreuse will do is she goes, no, there'll be none of that. And to make a few rolls. Okay. Chartreuse holds her hands out again. The portal completely turns orange. Any indications of red that were in there are completely gone. And then she flips one of her hands into almost a crushing, like as if her hand is trying to crush something. And as she does this, 3 what look like bright green vines shoot out of the portal, and each one wraps around the professor, Raquel, and Edward. I rolled to see if they can fight the grapple. They all failed. And one by one, you watch as the professor, Raquel, and Edward are pulled into the portal and disappear. And as they're going, the professor, no, you can't let them, and then disappears. And as Raquel's going, she goes, bye-bye. She goes through, and Edward's just looking, tries to take a swing at Chartreuse. Does not hit her. And they all 3 are pulled. Currently, as it stands, it doesn't seem to be a threat on the board. So we are out of combat, but we are still going to use initiative for the next few turns, depending on what you all want to do. Okay? So, that was Chartreuse's turn. Jeff flies down. Next he goes, good job. Excellent work, sister. Like, thank you. Like, finally. It is over. Come, my friends. Come. It's now safe once again. And as he says this, Squall, you see this. You watch as the kobolds run past you and start to run into the room. They're going to take their action, their dash action, and their movement. Try and get into. And then he says, and there will be no more need for you. Good work. And the scarecrows float backwards and hang themselves back on the wall.
Okay.
And that is Jeff and Chartreuse's turn. Maya is going to, once again, she's just going to stay next to Jarina, kind of licking her face. Rowan, it's now your turn. What would you like to do?
I'd like to shape shift back into my elf form.
You drop your wild shape. Back into yourself.
And I address Chartreuse and Jeff, and I ask them, "What's going on? Where did you send them?"
So yeah, so you asked that. Chartreuse goes, well, to be very honest, we sent the professor and his creations someplace where they can't do anyone else any harm ever again.
Can I keep speaking?
Sure.
But the creations were innocent.
Jeff,
We were trying.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We were trying to help them. Where did you send them?
Jeff kind of looks at you and says, they could never live a normal life after everything the professor did to them. This was best for everyone.
Why were they protecting the professor after what she did to them?
Well, if you were a creation of the professor's, you would probably feel inclined to protect them too.
But we could find healers, clerics that could fix what the damage she'd done.
At this point, Jeff has stopped talking to you. And he's looking at his sister, and they're kind of looking at each other, like side-eyeing each other. That's your turn. Okay. Jarina, you are at 1 hit point, and you are now conscious.
I am going to get up.
Okay, that's half your movement.
I am going to cast Healing Word on myself.
Alrighty. You say bird. And you
Bird's the word.
Yep. Cast Healing Word on you. Anything else?
How is the light in the hallway? Is it dark or is it like?
No, it's lit by torches.
Oh, okay. All right. That's it.
Okay. Scarecrows do nothing but hang on the wall. Hope. Like to do.
Do I sense anything coming from where the portal was?
Yeah, you still feel like this strange all over feeling is the best word to describe it. Never felt this before, but it's like almost like a bone thrumming hum.
Okay. I asked Chartreuse if there's a way to open it back up so I can rescue Edward and Raquel.
Oh, the portal is still open. Like, it hasn't closed.
Alright, am I still poisoned?
Poisoned from...
Remember I sprung the trap from one of the doors?
No, that was...
She had like 20 minutes left.
Yeah, that was... Yeah, you're no longer poisoned.
Okay. I'm going to dash for the portal.
Okay.
I'm going to go through.
Alright. As you get to Jeff, he was holding a spell. 1 second. Because I've actually never cast a spell before. Okay. Yeah. All right. So here's what happens. As you get right up to Jeff, watch as one of the hands that he had behind his back slowly comes around and his hand is glowing. And as you get close to him, he says something in a language you don't. And immediately, all of you watch as time stops. You are frozen where you're at. You can still hear everything, but you can watch that the dust motes in the air stop. You can no longer move. And you watch everyone in the room, except for Jeff, freeze. As he stands there, he puts a hand on Chartreuse's shoulder, and now you watch her move. And as you're all standing there watching, he starts shaking his head. You know, I really thought this would go a lot smoother. But, you know, what can I say? Thank you for your help in defeating the Master. They were quite honest with all of you. Were going to help you. Granted, you would have had to go with them to the 9 hells and defeat a number of demons and devils that they were looking to basically destroy. She has acquired a number of other adventurers here within the keep who are willing to alter themselves for the journey to make them more powerful, if you will. But as most adventurers that we have met, you took the bait very, very well. My sister and I will be taking you all where we wish to go. It simply stands thus. When I release the spell, you will either submit to us or be destroyed. Believe me, the magic that has kept my sister and I alive much longer than most goblins have made us both extremely powerful. The only thing that was keeping us from attacking the Master previously were the control shards that they placed within us. I have altered those shards. I now control those shards. So now we are the Master, and you will do as we bid, because that is what we will do. All the tall folk, all those who find us smaller creatures weak, easily discarded, easily destroyed, we will have our vengeance on you all. Those who submit will be spared. We are merciful, nothing else. Choice is yours. Remember, not attack or you will be summarily destroyed. And before he actually finishes, Chartreuse starts tapping his shoulder. He goes, "What?" And she goes, that's not good. And she points over to the crystal. And the crystal, she points to the large crack in the crystal, which you can see there's some kind of orange sparks actually coming out of the crystal, even though the pulsing has stopped with the spell. For some reason, sparks are actually moving and shooting out of the crystal. She goes, I can't control it. You know what's going to happen." He goes, "Very well." And he releases the spell. You all can now move. And he goes, "So, I anticipated something like this, and here's what's going to happen. You're going to leave, and be lucky that you're leaving with your lives intact. If you don't wish to leave, that's fine, but this whole heap will be transported, and you within it, to another realm of existence. It is up to you if you wish to come, but know that what I said previously will happen. If you come with us, you are agreeing to submit to our will, and when we return to this plane, we will make war upon the tall folk.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. And Galen immediately starts walking away. Like, not giving a shit of what just happened, and just keeps walking.
All right.
You know, I'm with Galen.
For once, I agree.
I have
Galen, you
been.
out the door. Squall, come on, let's
She-
go. Jarina, let's
Say
go.
less. I'm trying to leave this. this joint.
Okay. As you all start moving towards the door, a couple things happen. The kobolds actually move out of your way. Right? They kind of part from the doorway and allow you to leave. As you're leaving, is anybody staying or trying to do anything else? You're all leaving.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. You all start making your way out of the room. As you're making your way out of the room, the old man is like, what happened? Where's Edward? Where's my son? Where is he?
Ask the goblins. And he walks right past her. I mean, him.
Very compassionate. Anybody else?
There's nothing more we can do. We have to go, or we're risking damnation.
They defended the person who deformed them. We're leaving.
I don't And then as he says this, the whole floor shakes beneath you. I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw. All right, so Jarina.
Just a quick question. Is that with disadvantage for those who are exhausted?
Yep. Ability saving throws, if you're exhausted, are at disadvantage.
All exhausted, heard.
So Jarina, what'd you get?
Well, that is a shame. 7.
7. You fall to the floor. You are prone. Rowan.
10.
10. You fall to the floor, prone. Hope.
15.
15. You stay on your feet. You shake a little, but you stay on your feet. Squall.
15.
15. Same thing. You kind of like whoa, but you stay on your feet. Leah.
Nat 20 plus 6, 26.
Yeah, you're like, why is everybody shaking around? I don't understand. You're fine. Phoebe.
18.
Yeah, you definitely, you kind of shake, you wobble a little bit. Stay on your feet. Galen.
20 non-nat.
Hey, same. Yeah, you stay on your feet, unaffected. You watch as Jarina and Rowan fall to the floor prone as you're making your escape. Old man. He falls to the ground prone. As you're all making your escape. What you guys doing?
I am running, and I want to pick up Jarina.
Okay, it'll be
Oh,
half.
shit, same.
It'll be half your movement. With carrying somebody.
I'll help her.
It will slow you down as well. Anytime you carry anybody, it does half your movement.
Well, I wasn't going to carry. I was just going to help her stand up.
Okay, so you stop. That'll be your action. Is you're helping her to get up. Help her to get up. It's still half her movement. Same thing for Rowan, I'm assuming. Anybody helping Rowan, or is she on her own?
Yeah,
I'll
help. Okay.
Okay. So somebody helps Rowan up. Same thing. You all start. What about the old man? You just leaving him on the ground?
Help the old man.
I'm not helping you. I'm not saying anything, but
Am I the only good Samaritan here?
Come
You
on.
could-
The whole place is shaking. Rubble
Galen
is
is
falling
still
around you.
moving.
What are you doing?
Galen is still going up, seeing how everybody who fell is being helped. He's just going straight upstairs.
I'm gonna help the old man up.
Okay, so you help the old man up. All right, so we don't need the battle map anymore. Just give me a second.
We're worse than murder hobos now. We just don't care.
No,
I mean, I care, but
Galen doesn't care. It's like
He really doesn't.
at this point right now, I'm
every
thinking
man for
about you
himself,
guys.
but yeah.
Okay, so you are all slowly. You are all making your way out. You pick up the old man. You are making your way. Now you can see that there are stones starting to fall. The whole keep is now shaking. You make your way up the stairs from the basement through the secret compartment. As you make your way out of the secret compartment, you do see three individuals who seem to be shackled and are being escorted down towards the basement where you're standing by what looks like 24 kobolds. You see the large black dragonborn, Leah, that was talking to you all night about the food. He is wearing what looks like a breastplate made of dragon scales, with a large two-handed greatsword glowing on his back. The shackles that are shackled on his wrists and his legs are glowing a black, almost like a black light emanating from them, and he seems to be kind of very docile as he's being moved by these small kobolds. You see, you also see the two gnomes, the couple, the man and the woman. Also, one of them seems to be wearing this dark purple leather armor with these intricate curves and a long black cloak, wearing some weird, strange mask on their face. Both of them, and they're wearing matching armor, but it's very clear one is the man, and one is the woman. They too are shackled. And they seem docile as well as they're being pushed towards the basement. The kobolds are giving you all room to move past them before they actually go down into the basement area. What do you all do?
Keep going.
I don't
We
think we
can't
can leave them here.
Keep going.
we can't help anyone if we're in another dimension. We can't stay here. As selfish as that may sound, we can't stay here.
No, I'm gonna stop and help them.
I got shit to do.
Okay, Hope, you stop the rest of your party seems to be moving forward without you towards the front door, and you stop. What do you do?
I look around for anybody that's closest to me to try and get them to the door.
You go, the closest person is the Black Dragonborn. As you go to grab him and pull the shackles, all the kobolds suddenly start growling at you, and they start pulling out their small little dagger weapons.
I take out my bow, and I aim for one of the kobolds.
Okay, roll initiative. The rest of you are at the front door. You swing the door wide open. You now can hear the sounds of battle as Hope is now fighting the kobolds.
We can't leave Hope in there alone.
Damn it! And I
No.
turn around. I turn around and I go back after her.
Hope,
She made her decision.
Hope, what did you get?
11.
11. Okay, the kobolds go first. It's 24 kobolds that get to go first. I don't know if I have enough dice. All right. Let's see. The first few. Wow, this is going to be interesting. All right, I'm going to just start rolling. All right, I'm going to call out numbers, Hope, and you're going to tell me if they hit or not. Okay?
Yes.
Does a 16 hit?
Unfortunately.
Okay. That's a 4 that misses. Nat 20.
Oh, jeez.
Does a 15 hit?
Just.
That's a 10. That does not hit. As an 18, that hits. And as an 8, that misses. As a 16, that hits. It's a 5, that misses. 14, does a 14 hit you? No, okay, it misses. That's only 10 hits. I'm going to roll damage just for the first 10 hits. Well, it's actually 5 of those only hit. So I'm going to roll damage for that, and we'll see where you stand at that point.
It was 4 that hit.
No, it was...
As you called them out, I put my fingers out.
I can't look at your fingers. I'm rolling 24 dice.
Fine.
Okay, so I have 5 hit. 5 missed. Okay, and one of those hits was a nat 20. So...
Oof. Me dragging out a corpse.
It's a lot of dice. All right, hold on. Okay, so that is the first hit is 5 damage. The crit is only 3 damage. I'll roll a 1. You're lucky. The next hit, 5 damage. You still up? Three damage. Next hit. Final hit. 4 damage. Still up? Okay. Next round of hits. That is a 19. That is a hit. 13 does not hit, right?
No.
Okay. 2 does not hit. 18, that's a hit. 10 does not hit. Remind me again, does 14 hit?
No.
No. That is another miss. That's a 15 that hits. That is a miss. That is another miss. 4 more hits. 17, that's a hit.
Yeah.
5 is a miss. 14 is a miss. 15 is a hit. So.
Yep. At this point, I'd be down because I was at 3 hit points.
Okay. Well, this makes a difference. All right. So we're gonna roll the damage and see what happens. 3. That's 4 damage. So you're down. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. You fail. Instantly a death saving throw if you are unconscious and hit. The rest of you watch as the kobolds pounce on her body and begin ripping her to shreds. I now have to roll the rest of the damage. What is your total HP?
I was at 24. Right now we're at 25 damage.
I don't even have to roll because they did hit you. 1, 2, 3, 4. They hit you 4 times. They only needed to hit you 2 while you're down. You watch as they rip Hope to pieces. As Hope, as this will be your character's final words. What do you want your character's final words to be as the rest of the group watches this happen?
Save them.
Could it have been anything else?
No.
Oof.
And with her final dying breath, and you watch these kobolds literally tear into her chest and start ripping her open and ripping her apart. Your companion...
Can I do anything?
You were all at the door.
Yeah, but I can still wild shape again.
Well, you all watch as Hope dies.
She can't be saved at all. She's just chunky salsa.
She took too much damage. So this is the first time that this has kind of happened to you guys. So I'm gonna walk you all through this. Okay.
We need grief counseling.
So what happens is, if you are brought to 0, the way you actually can perma-die is you either take more damage, you take enough damage that it actually goes past your normal hit points, which would be 24 in this case. Or, if you are unconscious, when you are hit with a melee attack, and when you're unconscious, you automatically fail 2 death saving throws. There was 4 more hits on her while she was unconscious, which automatically makes her fail all 3 death saving throws.
I'm chopped liver at this point.
Yeah, you watch, they're tearing into her.
I have a question.
Yes.
If we have a chunk of hope, can we take it to a cleric?
I will say, in this moment, you are all horrified at what you're seeing.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult at best to actually start thinking straight. But if you'd like to, you can try and, in this moment, this instant moment of all of this happening, with disadvantage, you can roll, and it's a straight intelligence check. Actually, this would be a religion check to see what, if anything, can be done to help her.
I got a 15.
15. You do, in this moment, in this crazy moment, you don't know if taking a piece of her will help. You do know that you would have to find a very, very high power, a very powerful cleric of a god that would be willing to do this, and you know it would be prohibitively expensive unless it was for some kind of cause. And even then, bringing someone back from the dead is rare in this world. It can be done, but it's very, very rare, and you need to find someone very powerful to do it. So what do you guys?
Have-
So what do you guys want to do?
I'd like to wait for the kobolds to move on and then go get a chunk of hope.
I am turning back around because I'm not looking to be a slave in an alternate realm.
All right, wait.
Galen's already out on the beach.
Okay, so Galen's out on the beach. Phoebe,
I'm
you're
with Galen.
Squall.
I'm leaving.
Squall, you're with Galen. Phoebe, you're making your way out. Jarena, what are you doing?
I'm taking Maya and I'm leaving. I'm not happy, but I'm leaving.
Okay, Leah, what are you doing?
I'm gonna grab Rowan and tell her she's gotta come. Come on now. This is difficult for all of us. We're not walking around with chunks of hope.
But
No,
Rowan,
there is
you wanna
nothing
be
we
a
can do
slave
for her to
girl?
honor her memory.
Do you want
There's
to be
a
a slave,
chance.
Rowan? Do you want to be a slave, Rowan?
no one wants to be a slave.
Then get on.
Right, as you say this, the whole ground shakes once again. Those who are on the beach don't have to, but Rowan, Jarena, Leah, and Phoebe, I need you to make dexterity saving throws.
17.
Okay, Jarena,
2.
2, you fall prone. Rowan,
16.
16, you're fine. You stand up straight, no problem. Phoebe,
18.
18, okay, you're fine too. Anybody gonna help Jarena up?
I'm gonna pick
I-
up Arena.
Okay.
Okay. Rowan, are you going with them, or are you still gonna stick around and try and do something?
I'm going with them if it feels like it's about to slide into the next realm.
Okay. As you're all, as the four of you, because Galen and Squall are already out the door on the beach, as the four of you are starting to make your way towards the door, the kobolds kind of lift their heads in the air, all of them simultaneously, very creepily, grab the three manacled individuals and start, like, very quickly yanking them and bringing them down, leaving Hope's corpse, dismembered corpse, on the ground, all her belongings, everything right there. If you'd like to try and grab them before you leave.
No.
No.
It's 15 feet away. You don't want to grab them?
No.
No.
Okay.
If I can get in and out.
Rowan? Rowan,
Rowan,
no.
come on, you don't need it.
Rowan,
Get on.
Rowan, you're going to try?
No.
How long does it take me to wild shape?
It's instantaneous.
Okay. I'm gonna really quick turn into a small white cat. I'm gonna rush over, grab a chunk of hope, and dash out the door.
And you're gonna leave her stuff there too?
Hope's stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're leaving her stuff. I'm gonna get a piece of her, like one of her horns or something.
Okay, yeah, easy enough. Yeah, you wild shape into a small cat. You run over. It's a mess. Hope is torn to pieces. Her chest is completely wide open. There's not much of a face left to speak of. Her horns, one of them is cracked and hanging off. You probably could get it off, but not as a cat.
Okay. Anything? Is there a hand just laying there that I could grab?
Uh,
A finger?
Her extremities are still pretty much intact. It's her insides that are everywhere right now. They ripped her apart. They started going for her neck and face. So her hands and her arms and her feet, all of that's still kind of attached vaguely to her
I
torso.
get a bloody chunk of whatever and run out the door.
Okay, yeah. You grab a bloody chunk of hope, and you can put that in your inventory. It's so odd, but go for it.
You're gonna draw it later while it's sleeping.
And you run and you run out the door. Who has the old man?
I thought he was with Jarena.
He was with me.
Okay, so Jarena, you have him. Okay, so you're all out the door. You're moving fast. as fast as you can. The old man he's still emaciated. He has a huge backpack on, and he's carrying this heavy sword, but he's still hobbling along. You all eventually make your way past the two other large orange crystals, and as you move past them, you are now in dense fog. But as you make your way a little further past the dense fog, you clearly do see now Galen and Squall kind of at the shore, at the shoreline. There are no other boats on the shoreline. You remember a dozen or more little dinghies. They are all gone. And as you turn around for one final time, although you are all pretty far, since you are all pretty far from it, you do not have to make another dexterity saving throw. You do feel another large jostle in the ground. And as you turn, you can vaguely see the outline of the large keep shimmer in and out of existence and finally disappear. When it disappears, the crystals that you could see the glow from, the glow suddenly disappears as well. And you are now, all of you, minus one, on the shoreline with the old man. And that is where we are going to take our break.
Jeez.
So yeah, we're gonna take our break. We'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. We had our first player death for this group as well. But we'll see what happens now as we move forward. And we hope that you'll stay with us to see what the next part of this journey entails. So we'll be back. and welcome back. So, yeah. So now, we are back, and Jarena, Rowan, Squall, Leah, Phoebe, and Galen, you are all kind of standing at the shore of this small little island, taking in the craziness and immensity of what just happened. You can start to see the fading night and beginning of dawn somewhat on the horizon through the fog, which strangely seems to be lightening up. The old man that was with you kind of collapses into the sand on the shore, and you can just hear him sobbing. You turn and you look, and you can see through the dissipating fog that the two large orange crystals that were giving off that light seem to have vanished. What would you all like to do?
Leah, can we still row the boat?
I have to check on it to see if it repairs itself.
Is the castle still there, or did it disappear?
You don't see it in the distance. You could head back there to see what you can find if you like.
Nope.
It's up to you.
I'm gonna stay on the shore.
Okay.
My hope meat in my mouth.
Okay. Rowan is in her cat form with a large, bloody, dripping piece of flesh in her mouth. As you all kind of look around and take stock of what's just happened, ignoring the final words of your new companion, Hope, who gave her life trying to free the individuals. The old man is just kind of sobbing and kind of like on his side in the sand. What are you guys doing?
I wild shape back into an elf.
Okay.
I put my chunk of meat in one of my pouches.
Oh,
And I start to bawl. I sit down next to the old man and I start to bawl.
okay.
The indigo makeup I use on my lips. It's running. My eye makeup's running.
Hey.
After a while, I kind of look like the Joker.
Yeah, you're just a mess. I mean, it's just like that mascara's running. You've got snot coming out of your nose. You're just a blubbering mess at this moment. What are the rest of you doing?
I'd like to recommend that we probably get some rest because we're all fatigued.
I suggest we leave because this probably has not gone unnoticed. What if those two goblins come back?
We can kill 2 goblins.
Did you not see him stop time?
I prefer to live to fight another day, and they're in another realm right now, so.
I'd like to tell the group I just need a minute, and I'm going to walk off to where they can't see or hear me for a few minutes, and go talk
Alright.
to Maris.
Okay.
Don't leave us, Leia!
It's Tabaxi morning. We have to have a moment to ourselves.
All right, so Leah, you go off. You go off by yourself, maybe about 30 or 40, 50, 30 or 40 feet away from the group. What do you do?
Paris. Paris. What the fuck?
Kind of comes around the corner of your periphery. He says, "I, I've got no words. I've never seen anything like that before. It was what the ever loving fuck have you gotten us into? This is crazy."
We will not put ourselves in danger like that again. That was ludicrous.
What was your friend thinking? I mean, she just jumped at those. I mean, yes, they're little nasty buggers, but there was many of them, and you were all running the other way. I mean, I don't understand that.
She seemed to have been called to do something heroic, and she died for it. She died in glorious battle.
Sure, I guess that was her way. I
Oh, that's
guess.
not how we're gonna go.
No,
No.
no, no.
But
Very, very old. Lots of gold and platinum all around us. That's the way to go. We're taking it with
crushed
us.
by the weight of our own jewels.
Yes, we're taking it with us.
Yes.
So, what's next? What do we do?
Do you think the boat repairs itself?
I don't know. Have you taken a look at it?
I haven't looked at it. I'm gonna take it out. Then take out my boat.
Okay.
Box.
Okay, so yeah, you take out the box, and where you saw that there was actually some multiple cracks in the box that kind of were similar to the cracks that the boat had taken. There are still cracks in it, but they don't seem as large.
It looks like it's starting to mend itself. I think once we've all rested, we can take a look at the condition that it's in for sailing.
All right, yeah, this probably a good move. Um, yeah, just make sure we get in another situation like this. Just like which is which
Run.
like which, yeah, obviously run, but which one do we push in front of us? Like which one is the easiest to push in front of us?
I don't think we have to push any of them in front of us. I think they'll run in front of us.
Oh,
Just because they seem to have a different agenda.
that's fair. That's fair. All right, but yeah,
We don't have to worry about meat shield. Meat shield creates itself.
all right. Yeah. Well, I mean, you have one less now though, so you're really going to have to like the old man. I don't know how long he's going to be with us, but that's definitely option A. Um, but yeah, just something to ponder on. Something to ponder on.
Always good to have options.
All right.
Thank you again for your wisdom, but we must get some rest.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. We're all exhausted. We should absolutely rest.
I'm gonna head back to the beach where everybody's hanging out.
Okay. Yeah. You make your way back to the group. Jarina, is there anything you wanted to do?
I want to check, look over Maya and see if she's got any damage or anything.
You take a look and you take a look over her, and she seems perfectly fine. She seems very concerned with you. She's kind of licking your face and around your neck, kind of trying to nuzzle a little bit, but more it seems like she's trying to make sure you're okay.
As a kind of last action, I am going to cast Healing Hands on myself to heal for 3 hit points.
Okay, and that you do so without issue. Phoebe, Squall, Galen, what are you guys doing?
Waiting to rest. I'm just sitting down,
I'm sitting.
silent.
Okay.
I sit next to Squall, and I just give him my gourd. I don't say anything. I just gesture it to him. you take
And
it?
without a word, I absolutely take it and take a swig.
Yeah, it's whiskey. It's not the greatest whiskey, but it does the job.
Rowan goes over and swipes it out of Squall's hand and takes a big swig and hands it back. And then she goes back to where she was sobbing.
Okay. Is it safe to say at this point you all decide to take a long rest? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So over the course of the next hour or so, you break a very very rudimentary camp together. Rowan, you and the old man essentially just pass out where you're sobbing. Yeah, and the rest of you, try to make the best of this very very strange and uncomfortable situation. And as the sun begins to rise for sunrise, you all take a long rest. Um, no one is anyone taking watch, or are you all just going to sleep?
I think we should take watch. I'll take the
watch
first
with Leah.
one.
All right, so Leah and Jarina first. Okay. Who's gonna take second watch? Phoebe.
I just mean
Phoebe and who?
Squall.
Squall. Okay. And final watch. Anyone? Bueller.
I'll go.
Galen takes last watch. Okay. All right. So Leah and Jarina, the rest of your party is, kind of like basically sprawling out where they've kind of sat or plopped down on this beach. The shore is maybe 10 or 15 feet away from where you all are. Sun is beginning to rise. You can both make perception checks individually, or one of you can make it with advantage.
Which do you prefer, Jarina?
You could do with advantage.
Oh. While we're doing watch, I'd like to ask Jarina how she's holding up and if she's okay and if she needs anything.
I'm still trying to process everything. I was starting to hope a lot, and I just don't know.
I understand. Stick close to me and I'll look out for you. It's been traumatic for all of us.
Thank you.
Okay. What you get, Leah?
I rolled 213, so let me check my perception.
Okay.
19.
19. Okay. So as the morning actually breaks, and the rest of your party is still, taking in their rest, you watch as the sun starts to rise, and both of you begin to notice that the mist and the fog very very fast begins to burn off as the sun begins to get higher and higher in the sky. As you look around, trying to see if maybe there's any kind of remnants of individuals from where the keep was, you can now clearly see that there is no keep. There are a number of dead trees. Some trees seem to be trying to spring to life, however failing miserably. But you can also see where the keep should have been. There are faint, small wisps of what look like white smoke coming from that area. But you clearly can see where the keep should be, but do not see it at all. Maya just kind of make sure that she stays right by your side, Jarina. Doesn't leave at all. Any movement you make, she's completely alert. until she makes sure that you are okay, and then she kind of goes back and kind of tries to rest herself. But with that, your watch comes to an end with no issue. And you both go to make your way to sleep and awaken Phoebe and Squall for their portion of the watch.
Okay.
Okay. So at this point, sun is up. There is no mist or fog to be seen at this point, and you both can either make individual perception checks or one of you with advantage.
I will help her.
Okay, so Phoebe, roll with advantage, please.
You said perception, right?
Mm-hmm.
19.
19. Okay. As you're up and your watch begins roughly mid to late morning. The sun is up in the sky. There is no mist or fog to be seen. It's a very, very different scene than the prior evening. You can now see further into the island from where you're sitting. The trees, like a copse of dead trees, in the distance. You can see these little strings of white smoke where the keep should be, but clearly is not. You now begin to hear what sounds like the cawing of certain birds. Not necessarily on the island, but in the distance somewhere on the actual water itself. But over the course of your watch, outside of that, nothing happens. Is there anything you'd like to do during your watch before it ends? Okay.
Nope.
Okay. You both wake Galen, so he can take the last watch, and you both make your way back to sleep, trying to shield your eyes from the sun as you are open on the actual beach with no shade whatsoever. Galen, it's been very, very difficult for you to sleep as it is, since you are out in the open, sunlight beating down on you, even as clothed as you are.
And even trying to cover certain parts of my face.
Yeah, it's been difficult, but you did get some rest when Phoebe and Squall woke you, and it is now your turn for watch. Make a perception check for me, please.
Oh, right, there it is. Perception. Okay. 15.
15. 15. Again, you can start to hear more birds somewhere over the water in the distance. There is no fog. You can still see the trees, these little wisps of white smoke coming from the area where the keep was. Keeping an eye, making sure no kobolds or goblins show up anywhere. Doesn't seem to be much of any kind of wildlife on this island that you can see. And you pretty much, even with the sun beating in your face and being as difficult, as painful as it is, you do keep watch, and thankfully nothing happens during your watch. And as your watch ends, now it is, at this point in time, it's about early afternoon, and the rest of you now begin to wake from your full rest. If you had exhaustion, if you had one exhaustion point, that is now gone for a full 8-hour rest. You get all your spell slots back, and any other things that you would get back with a long rest, as well as your hit points. As you all begin to wake, you turn and you can actually see the old man kind of standing and facing in the direction of the keep. And as he's just staring off into the distance where the keep was, he drops the backpack, he drops the sword, and he slowly begins walking towards the keep.
I walk right behind him.
Okay. He doesn't say a word. He does turn a little to see that you are there, and he just continues walking. Is anybody else gonna go or do anything?
I'll go with them. I prepared good berries, so
Okay.
we can have something to eat.
Okay, Jarina, you're going. Anybody else, or is are the rest of you staying?
I'm gonna stay.
Okay.
I'm gonna start looking at the boat box
Okay.
and see if we can get it. See where it is.
Okay, Leah, you take the box out and you give it a good once over. Make an investigation check for me, Leah.
$11.
11. Yeah, you give it a good once over and you don't see any cracks in the box.
Good. We might be able to get out of here alive, squad.
Phoebe, are you gonna go with them, or are you staying on the shore?
I am staying on the shore.
Okay. So Jarina, Rowan, and Galen, you slowly follow the old man as he makes his way back to where the keep was. Where the two crystals, as you make your way past to where the two crystals were, two large crystals, there are indents in the ground where it looks like the stone structures that were holding them there are no longer there. Not even pieces. You continue to make your way past this area towards where the keep itself once stood. And where it once stood, you now see a large crater in the ground. You can see what looks like partially standing rock and stone walls. There are small little fires that have slowly, over the course of the evening, smoldered into just smoke here and there. He makes his way over to what looks like could have been the entrance to where the keep was. And there are bits and pieces of broken rock and stone scattered along the area. And you do recognize the stone as the stone of the walls of the keep that you were once in. And as he makes his way, he just kind of looks around. And he's barefoot, and he's barely got any clothes on. He's got rags on, and he's just kind of standing there, just looking around. Jarina, Rowan, and Phoebe. No, not Phoebe. Phoebe, you're not there. Jarina, Rowan, and Galen. Please make perception checks for me. Jarina, what'd you get?
Nat 20 plus 2, 22.
Okay. Rowan?
11.
11. Galen?
17.
17. Okay. As you're all standing there, the old man is he's silently just standing and kind of staring out across this large crater, essentially, of where this keep once stood. Galen and Rowan, you're just kind of looking around, just looking at the mess, catching the glimpse of these half a dozen random little fires that are not even going anymore. Just smoke is coming out of them. Jarina, you notice sticking out amongst a number of the broken stone and rocks what looks like bone, piece of bone protruding. And as you look a little more intently, you realize that this is actually Hope's bow.
I'm gonna take it.
Okay, you get closer, and you do have to start clearing out like rocks to kind of make it. It's only a small portion of it sticking out. And as you start clearing the portions of it, you do find what's left of Hope's body, as well as her belongings, everything that she was wearing, everything that she had with her, including the bow.
I'm going to gather as much of her things as I can. And I'm kind of gonna. Rowan, I think I found her body.
I come over and I help her recover her items, and then I put that chunk of meat back, and I just grab her horn.
Okay. Yeah, you do. You're able. I mean, the horns are completely broken off at this point. All four of them. She had 4 horns. And you are able very easily able to grab one of the broken horns. The rocks and debris have done more damage to an already decimated corpse. But for the most part, with the exception of her torso being ripped apart, the body itself is somewhat intact.
Should we bury her or leave her here?
I think maybe we should bury her here. I don't know if we could risk the extra weight of carrying her body around. We don't even know where the next town is.
Well, we can drag her. We can take it to the beach, or we could just pull it up out of the ruins of the castle here and mark a burial plot, just in case she has family.
Can you wild? Well, I don't know if she has family. But if you'd like to do that, if you could transform into that horse again, I could put her on your back.
Okay. I can do that. So I wild shape into a horse and I lay down so that Jarina can easily put her remains on my back. I guess she's gonna have to bundle them up in a blanket or something.
Okay. As you're doing this, the old man actually does he does try to help you. He starts looking, and you find there's a carpet that was in the hallway of the keep. That you're easily between you and the old man, and if Galen helps, Galen. Just you're able to kind of wrap her body in this rug or carpet, and you gently place her over Rowan's back, and you slowly start to make your way back to the shore. The old man, he does all this silently, quietly. but he does at some point. The three of you do make your way back towards the beach. He hovers a little bit longer, but then eventually does follow the rest of you.
Just while he's hovering, like over at the place, I go back to him, and I kind of like stand right next to him, and I say in Elvish, no matter what happens, no matter how dangerous or how bleak things seem, I will find you, no matter what. And I kind of say that out loud while I'm next to him.
He turns to you and he kind of looks at you. Doesn't say anything, and then he just turns and he follows the rest of you back down to the beach. As the rest of you make your way down to the beach, Squall, Leah, Phoebe, you do see Rowan in her horse form, as well as Jarena, Galen, and the old man kind of making their way back. There's something on Rowan's back, wrapped up. Doesn't take a stretch of the imagination to realize that it's probably Hope's body. As you all gather up together, the old man starts to speak for the first time since all of this, and he kind of looks at all of you. He goes, I'm very sorry for the loss of your friend. I understand this pain, as you would expect, as now my son has been lost to me twice. I cannot help but think that much of this is my fault for many reasons, but I do not know what any of us can do to make this right, except to move on and to continue best we can for those we have lost. I have not properly introduced myself. My name is Bertrand von Scott. I was a lawmaster in Trustenwald, and I have no idea how long I have been away from my home. But if you will take me, and he kind of bends down, and he kind of picks up the sword and the backpack. He goes, I will pay passage to you with these things, as I no longer need them. Neither does Edward. He kind of fades off for a moment. He goes, but if you can get me back to Trustenwald, I will make sure that you are well compensated for your loss in your friend, and if I can, I will make sure that your friend receives a proper burial. Says Horse Rowan.
She walks over and she sort of rests her chin on his shoulder.
He looks at you very strangely, but just kind of nods. He goes, I believe one of your friends is amenable to this. What's say the rest of you?
Well,
I think that we should escort him back to his home. It will give us a chance to give Hope what she deserves.
Seeing some civilization might be nice to get ourselves back on track. I'm not opposed.
We could also get a map at probably there as well. Or a couple.
Yes, again, I do not know how long I've been away, but I do recall that we do have these things that you would need, and I if I can, I would make sure that I would help as best I can. Jarina.
I want to go up to Hope's body
Mm-hmm.
on Rowan, and I want to just kind of like bow my head and close my eyes and kind of just in my head kind of just speak to Melora, it take care of my friend. And I want to cast Gentle Repose for the first time.
Okay. Yeah, you lay your hand on the wrapped body of Hope, and in your mind you begin talking, speaking with the Wild Mother, and asking for her blessing and for for her friend, for your friend to be taken care of in this very trying time. Um, and as you do this, you can feel this very, very. It feels like warm breeze kind of caress your cheek slightly, and it's fairly chilly where you all are on the shore. But out of nowhere, this warm breeze kind of caresses your cheek somewhat, and you all watch that the hand that's on Hope's body starts to glow slightly. And then the glow seems to spread through the body slightly and then dissipates. Anybody else doing anything?
Was there a dock anywhere on this island?
No, there was no dock. It was just a shoreline.
I'm watching all of this take place from a slight distance,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm also looking around for ways that we could get the boat in the water because I feel we really gotta leave.
Okay. You do, as all of this is happening, the old Bertrand, he just kind of turns to all of you and goes, so, how will we be getting off of this island? Uh, the boats that I took to come here many years ago have obviously been destroyed. There are no docks to speak of anywhere that I can recall. And he kind of turns and kind of looks at you a little strangely. He goes, "Do any of you understand the horse?"
Nope.
She'll get her act together in a minute and turn back to an elf.
All right.
I go nudge Leah.
I rub her nose.
We got any more of those magically growing toy boats?
Let's see. I'm gonna head down to the shore with my boat box and try to find the safest place to unbox it.
Okay. Yeah, it's fairly simple. And as you say the magic word, Cairn, to you watch as literally like the box lid pops open, and then wood that shouldn't exist begins to fold out of the box itself, and then the box just begins to unfold itself until you now see once again your 20-foot boat, ship, literally a ship, with the oars intact, the the damage gone, and it is now sitting half in and half out of the water. And as this happens, you watch Bertrand's eyes just go wide. And he goes, "Oh well, that's one way to do this. Yes, that's that. Yes, let us go." And he starts making his way to the boat to get in.
Leah asks him, "Do you have any sailing experience?"
I have some, yes, many years ago, but I can sail a boat if that's what you mean.
Excellent. We could use somebody with even basic sailing knowledge with that.
No, I can, I am, and he kind of looks, he kind of motions to himself, and he says, I am not the strongest individual, but I can direct all of you to what needs to be done.
Perfect.
Very, very well. Yes, let us go. And he starts picking up the belongings, makes his way over to the boat, and kind of awkwardly, kind of starts getting himself into the boat. Again, he's emaciated. He's very weak, but you can tell that he's really trying. Like he really is making his way, trying to do the best he can. Eventually, you all begin to make your way to the boat. Rowan, you are a horse. So it'll be interesting.
Can I take a running leap on board? I mean, do we have a gangplank?
There is no gangplank. If you were humanoid, it's easy enough to climb in, but if you'd like to try and jump it as a horse, you can attempt that if you'd like. Jarina, hold on.
My boat.
Jarina, you want to say something?
I want to start taking Hope's body off of Rowan's back.
Okay.
Oh, so I lie down, so it's easier for her to do this.
Okay, yeah, easy enough. You're able to pull her body off, and Rowan, go ahead and make me a. This is gonna.
No, wait. Leah just said no horses on her boat, so I'm gonna obey the owner of the boat.
Okay.
I don't want to clop holes into it.
Gotcha. Okay. So you transform back into yourself.
Yeah.
And easily enough, you're able to get up. One by one, you're able to get on the boat. Jarina, you're able to carry the body with you, and I'm gonna assume. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna assume because you guys actually did ignore her final wish and left her to die. So, does somebody help Jarina with the body of Hope onto the boat, or does Jarina do this herself?
I'll help the best I can.
Okay. So you do help Jarina. You're able to get on the boat. Easily enough, you're able, as you're doing this, able to push into the water, and with the assistance of Bertrand, kind of starting to kind of give you all orders as to, sit here, do this, row that way, and very, very clearly captaining the ship, without the difficulty that you all had previously, as you all have zero sailing experience. You do wind up making the boat do the things you actually want it to do. He starts to he believes the way to Trostenwald is to the east, to the west of where you all are, and you begin to sail and make your way west. There is a very, very, very slight mist, but most of it is gone at this point. But you can kind of see like little droplets kind of hanging in the air slightly. Rowan, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I wanted to cast Goodberry so he could be stronger and so he would feel a little more full because he's been starving.
Sure, yeah, you're able to cast Goodberry. How many do you share with him?
Muted.
You're muted,
Gotta
Rowan.
roll. I'm pressing down on the button. I'm sorry, it's taking a while. I'm gonna cast it and I roll. Wait. How do I do this again? Yeah, I'm just gonna cast Goodberry and it says up to 10 berries
Okay.
appear in my hand and are infused with magic.
Yep.
So and then each berry restores 1 hit point. I don't think he has hit points, but it should sustain him for at least a day.
All right. So how,
And
how do you want to actually give them all to him, or are you just giving him a few? How many are you giving him?
I'll give him like 3,
Okay. So you give him
and then
3.
I'll pop 1 and I'll hand out the rest.
Okay. So you give him 3, and he kind of looks at them very oddly. But I mean, it's just for a second, and then he pops one in his mouth, and as he eats it, he got a, oh, oh, thank you, and he just pops the other 2 in his mouth quickly. He
You're
goes,
very welcome.
he goes, this, that feels good. Thank you, thank you. Um, and yeah, you hand out the rest of the good berries to everyone else. Um, in a few hours' time, sailing with Bertrand actually giving you all orders, you start to see. Actually, everybody make a perception check for me, please. All right, Jarina, what'd you get?
10.
10. Rowan?
9.
9. Squall?
16.
16. Leah?
20 not natural.
29. Phoebe?
16.
16. Galen?
29 net.
Okay. So Squall, Leah, Phoebe, and Galen. In the distance, you actually can see what looks to be land. It's pretty. It's somewhat far off in the distance, but you can start to see what looks like. There's definitely a lot more birds in the direction that you're going that are flying overhead. And definitely large land structures of some sort in the distance.
Galen then puts on his. Once he starts seeing that there's civilization not too far away, he then puts on his Robin Hood hat and turns into a human.
Okay. You put on the hat and you immediately you just watch as your skin turns a lighter shade. The points of your ears are no longer pointed. And you can all see what clearly looks like a human version of Galen.
That's strange.
Do you still
I didn't know you could do that.
You can choose. You can choose whether the hat actually still looks like it's there or not.
I get rid of the hat.
Okay. Yeah. You don't see the hat.
Okay.
Wait, so he looks normal?
He looks like a human. But
The
still,
fuck do you mean normal?
but still himself.
Does he still have the light hair?
I don't know. Do you?
So you see like a human version of Galen. He has brown hair and has brown eyes and very light skin. Do my tattoos change?
Your tattoos are no longer silver; they're black, but they're still there.
I want to try something. While I'm transforming, I want to try to focus on changing or altering the tattoos in any way.
Okay, so you actually that would have been part of your when you did that. Um, as you do that, the tattoos do not disappear. The tattoos do not alter, other than the color itself. As hard as you try to change them.
Galen kind of lightly says "fuck" under his breath.
Okay. Another few minutes go by before Bertrand himself actually starts to see. He goes, "Yeah, there it is. It's Trustenwald. This, and it's going to be so good to be home. Uh,
Will you be able to tell us where we can stay? If there's an inn nearby?
yeah, I will do my best. It's, as I said, I don't know how long I have been away, but I will do what I can."
Are there bookstores or libraries in your town?
He goes, "There is so much. There is so much interest involved. It is a nice town. It's fairly large, but it's yes. There's plenty there. I will, as I said, I will help you where I can. Yes, we do have bookstores. We do have uh, the map makers that you said earlier that you might be looking for. You will be able to find these things, and I will
Are
do
we
it with
going to look strange in your town?
And he kind of looks all of you over and then stops at Galen and he goes, "Not anymore.
Okay.
That what's in okay." And he just kind of goes back to he's like, "All right, so we will we just keep going, we keep on this course and we will make it to the Lockwood part of Trustenwald, and when we make landfall, we will see what we can see."
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And you can see he's kind of a little bit broken up as he's staring off into the distance where the land is getting closer. It's another about 2 hours. I mean, of sailing before you all now can very clearly see you are absolutely coming to land. You can see docks, you can see buildings, very very clearly, and it's still like late afternoon, like mid to late afternoonish. It actually, for some reason, it seemed like you were sailing for hours and hours, but the sun itself didn't actually react in the way that you thought you were traveling. It should be dark by now, but as you approach the docks, you do see that the sun is only a little past where it would be after midday. It's very
Do
weird.
we gain any? Sorry. Do we gain any exhaustion?
No. And most of that has to do with the fact that Bertrand was actually directing you and captaining you, all of you. So he was actually making sure you didn't overexhaust yourselves or exert yourselves in places that you didn't need to. It's what happens when you have a good captain with sailing experience. But you do actually make your way to a dock, and as you slowly bring the ship in to one of these docks, you can see a few individuals on this dock, kind of standing there. One is actually on the opposite side of the dock, sitting with a pole in the water. The other two are kind of standing off, leaning against some of the wood beams that are holding the dock in place. And as you come across, Bertrand runs over and with more energy than it looks like he should have, and kind of grabs the docking rope and he throws it up to one of the individuals, and one of the person grabs it, and he just starts tying the boat off onto the dock, um, and you are now docked. The individual you see the two individuals who are kind of standing there, the one that pulls it off, uh, they look like they're both human. One is taller than the other. One is about 5'6", 5'7". The other's about 5'8", 5'9". Um, very tanned leather skin, lots of creases and wrinkles. Both of them have these kind of like semi bushy beards, with peppered in with gray. One has brown hair, the other has darker black hair, and they're both wearing like almost like sailor caps, like kind of like wool knit caps. Um, as Bertrand actually starts coming onto the dock, and he's motioning all of you to follow him. He's like, yeah, yes, and he starts talking to the other guy, who here speaks Zemnian.
Oof.
No one, right? Okay.
No
I think it
one.
was Hope.
Yeah.
No one alive speaks Semian.
Yeah. Phoebe and Rowan, you recognize that he's actually speaking Zemnian, but you don't understand him. And he starts talking to this individual, and the individual he starts talking back to him in Zemnian, and they're kind of going back and forth, for a moment, and all of a sudden you watch as Bertrand just kind of like almost, it's like the air is deflated out of him, and he basically like just collapses onto the dock, like not falling, but he just kind of like his ass just drops down onto, and he just kind of like, and he seems like he's in shock.
I rush over and help him up.
And you start to help him up, and he lets you help him, but does not seem to be registering that you're there.
Are you okay? Are you all right,
Ready to
Bertrand?
be home.
Um, he seems I've been gone for some time.
What happened?
He's apparently I've been gone for some 85 years.
Oh my.
I should not be alive. I do not understand.
But you are alive, and maybe we'll get you to the current lawmaster and see what they can do. Maybe they can find your family, relatives.
Yeah, okay. And he seems to be just kind of very out of it at this point. The person he was talking to comes over to you, Rowan. He goes, "So is this your friend? Is he okay? Does he need medical assistance?"
Um, we need to find his family. He was we found him on an island in the loch, and he had been tortured, and now we have to find his family. He's from Trostenwald.
And he looks at the old man for a minute, and he's like, "Well, what is his name? Maybe I know the family."
He told me, but I forgot. What's your surname, sir?
He kind of just very absently says, Von Scott."
Von Scott.
The man says, "Oh yeah, the Von Scotts. They are in the Hildward district. The family is still there. They have an estate up on the Hildward district. Yeah, you should take him immediately but if he needs medical assistance, you probably want to go into the Northward district. They actually they have the medical guild is in the northward district, and they could probably help you if you wish. But either way, I think you know you need to get him to someone.
Who is the lawmaster of this town?
Oh, that's Lawmaster Norda. She's also in the Hillward district.
Okay, I think that's where we're gonna head. Do you know? Can you tell me exactly the directions to where to find her?
Yeah, of course. And he turns around, and he starts, and he gives you very, very good directions, and basically explains to you that the Hillward district is where not only the Lawmaster's office is, that is where the Crown's Guard stockade and jail are. That is where all of the Crown's Guard and the law in the middle, basically in Charleston Wald are, as well as the well-to-do families. That's where they are in the Hillward district, and he gives you very good directions. You wouldn't be able to get lost.
Guys, are we all agreed that we're going to go see the lawmaster first about Bertrand?
Sure.
I don't want to
Sure.
make the decision without you guys.
Wouldn't it
That's-
be better to bring him to his family?
I think we should see the lawmaster and let the lawmaster know exactly what went down, and then maybe she can get a member of his family, explain to that person, the head of the family or whoever, what's going on.
Agreed.
Seems harmless enough.
All right, so you guys are gonna go to the Hillward district.
Yes, to the
Yes.
lawmaster.
All right. So as you guys are all disembarking from the boat, the guys, look, I know you have to get your friend to wherever you're going to get him, but to dock here, you are. I am the dock master. You are going to have to pay a fee to keep your boat here. I am sorry, but you know it's the law. It's part of
I
what.
understand.
So
Captain?
What's the boat docking fee?
well, how long will you need it to be docked here? It's
30 seconds.
At
Hey.
least a night.
he kind of looks at you odd squall when you say that.
I look over to the owner of this boat, as I don't think I'm crazy, am I?
We're gonna dock for at least the afternoon, so let's say one day. I'll pay for a day.
All right, that's fine. So one day that will be, and he kind of seems like he's doing some calculation in his head, and he goes, "That'll be a gold."
I hand over 1 gold.
Hand of gold, says, and you are, and he points to you, Leah, says, and you are the owner of the ship.
Correct.
All right, and what is the name of the ship? And he starts to pull out this small little book, and this like tiny little stub of a pencil, and he's like, "What is the name of your ship?"
Hope.
And kind of writes down and says, "All right, this simple is nice. I like it." And your name?
Leah.
Yeah. All right, Captain Leah, ship Hope. All right, you are paid for one day. All right, I am Dockmaster Reginald. So if you need anything, just come find me here, and let me know if you need anything, or if you need like extra days or some such.
Thank you so much, Reginald, and I shake his hand.
Yeah, and he shakes your hand and says, "All right, well, welcome to Trustenwald. Good luck with everything."
Thank you.
And so you all begin to now make your way to the Hillward district. Yes, Jarina.
Are we taking Hope's body with us or leaving her on the boat?
I don't know. What are you guys doing?
Guys,
I say we leave her until we have the funeral arrangements made.
okay. I am, however, gonna carry her things in my pack.
Yeah, I'm not leaving anything of mine on the boat.
Okay. Yeah. Similarly, Bertrand has also grabbed all of the things that he brought that he took from the island, and is now carrying them as well. All right. So you all start to make your way through the dockward the Lockwood district, which you are currently in, and you can see a number of what look like ramshackle homes, just made out of wood, very simple wood, some of it beached wood. In the distance, you can see a number of larger buildings, what are possibly what looks like maybe a barn type of building as well. As you make your way off of the docks and out of this area, as you make your way through this area, you also begin to hold on a second. You start to make your way through Trostenwald proper, where you can actually see a number of what look like factories, as well as some larger buildings with very, very fancy looking facades. And quickly, just kind of walking around, you can see that one of them says the Medical Guild, one says the Baking Guild, one says the Brewing Guild, and this is obviously where the guild area is. You are actually in the northward district, making your way towards the Hillward district. As you actually get into the Hillward district, you can actually now see a huge difference between the actual districts, where the buildings and the homes actually look much nicer. Much more well-off, well-to-do people obviously live in this area. And as you are now making your way through, you are also starting to catch the attention of the Crown's Guard. A number of you are somewhat familiar with Crown's Guard, being the actual, what you would consider the law in the Dwendalian Empire's main cities and towns. They haven't said anything. But you are definitely a large group making your way through this town, and you are catching attention at this moment. Bertrand, to the best of his recollection, starts looking around, and he's now like, yeah. We make a right up here, and he starts giving you directions where he remembers his office to be. And very quickly, you actually do make your way to a large stone building, where there is a sign out front that says Lawmaster. And
Guys, where are we gonna say we're from?
Everywhere?
I don't think that's gonna fly here.
I mean, we are all from different places.
We could say we're from that Dragonborn city,
No, we can't.
or passing by.
Okay. Yeah.
Announcements have been.
The thing is, we took a smuggling route to get here. So, any ideas? We're gonna have to keep our stories straight. We're just travelers, that's true, but where are we from?
The Dwendalian Empire.
Okay. Well, Leah, you know what? You have the most charisma. You can do the talking if they start asking us weird questions. Okay. Let's go in.
As you're having this conversation, Bertrand's just looking at all of you. He goes, "What is the problem? We should just go in, yeah?" All right. So, he opens the door, and you all follow. As you walk in, you can see. You walk in, and essentially, it seems what looks like a waiting room. There's two benches. There is a Crown's Guard sitting at a desk, and behind the Crown's Guard, there are two doors, one on the left, one on the right. There are a couple of what looks like bookcases on the wall, and the Crown's Guard kind of looks up as you walk in. He goes, "Yeah, can I help you?"
Hello there, sir. We this gentleman is from Trostenwald, and well, he was in a very interesting predicament, and we would like to speak with the lawmaster if that's okay.
All right. Give me a moment. He kind of gets up and he goes in. He goes into the left door. He knocks first. You can hear a voice say something. He opens the door, walks in. And a moment later, he comes back out, and following him, you see following him a female dwarf, um, reddish, like russet-colored hair, tied very, very tightly into a huge bun on the back of her head. She's wearing scale mail, and she is just kind of like following behind this crown's guard. Her skin is somewhat tanned a little bit, and you can see almost a little bit of a 5 o'clock shadow. Um, and she gets up behind the desk in the crown where the crown's guard was originally sitting, and now she sits behind the desk. And he goes, "All right, all right. What's going on here now? You say you got an individual that's here from Trustenwald, and in strange circumstances, and you want to see me. So, explain yourselves."
Bertrand, I think you should tell her what happened to you.
So he walks up and he looks and he slowly starts kind of stumbling towards her, and she goes, "Who are you talking about, Bert?" And she kind of looks at him and she starts, and he just kind of walks up to her and he goes, "Norda?" And she goes, "My God, Bertrand? Is that you? You look like shite. The fuck you been?" And he just, "Norda, I don't even know where to begin." He goes, "Well, well, sit down, sit down." And she gets up and she drags the chair that she was sitting on behind the desk, and she just runs it right over to him. And she just kind of puts it right behind him and literally pushes him down to sit down into the chair. And she goes, "You," and she goes. She points to the crown's guard. "Go get some meat, get some mead, get some ale. Just bring food and just keep it coming." I said, "You look. What the fuck? Where the fuck have you been?" And then she kind of looks at you. "And where the fuck did you find him?"
We became stranded on an island in the center of the loch, and there was a keep.
In the
And it
center
was
of the
dark.
in the center of the Osterlock.
Yeah.
All right, continue.
We saw a keep. It was a stormy night. We sought sanctuary for the night. There was a woman who ran the keep along with a strange group, and she had goblins as servants, and we didn't ask any questions. We apparently arrived during a party. She was apparently some kind of mage, and she was holding a party to share her information with other magic users. So we witnessed all kinds of crazy things. But that night, as we stayed the night, we discovered a dungeon which held, among other things, Bertrand here. And he had been tortured and starved for I don't know how long. We lost a member of our party getting out of there. But something happened, some kind of portal transported the keep to another dimension, and we were lucky to be out of there with our lives. And he says he's been gone for 85 years. And now we're here.
she kind of looks at all. She kind of first she's staring. She's like the whole time she's staring right at you, Rowan, as you're talking to her. Like she's paying the utmost attention to everything you're saying, but with the most confused look. And as you finish, she kind of like looks all of you over one by one, and she goes, all right, all right. Well, first off, thank you for bringing him back. That was mighty big of all of you. From as the lawmaster, the current residing lawmaster here in Trostenwald, and from that means it's coming from the Empire. Thank you for that. Bringing a citizen back to his home is always a good thing. Second, I'm sorry for the loss of your friend. I've had my share of losses in my time, and she kind of looks at Bertrand for a moment after she says it, and then she kind of looks at all of you. And thirdly, please take no offense to this, but what the fuck have you been smoking? Because I don't know, half of what you said don't register at all. Okay? Because there's only 2 islands in the middle of the Oostalok, and both of them are fucking empty. It's shite. Alright? The only place that there could possibly ever be a keep that you're talking about is Crooked Stone. And I'll tell you right now, we searched the fuck out of this place when this one disappeared. We searched all over the Oostalok, because that's where he said he was going, and we couldn't find a damn thing. So, what the fuck are you talking about?
There was a sorceress who could shift.
Alright, and she just kind of waves her hands in the air. Alright. Listen. This is gonna take a minute to sort out. Because this one, and she points to Bertrand again, he's been gone for almost a century. He should not be sitting here right now. Like me, that's nothing. That's like a drop in the bucket for me. But he's human. The fuck, he should not be sitting here talking to me, even as shitty as he looks right now. And don't get me wrong, I am so happy to see him. I wouldn't be the person I am without him. But this all doesn't make a lick of sense.
If I may.
And she turns, she goes, please, try and make some sense out of this for me.
There's a lot about magic and different entities that we don't understand. And I believe that time worked differently inside of this magical keep.
Well,
it prevented people from finding it. And
well, it would have to. I mean, really. Alright, so, look. This is gonna take a minute to sort out. And I'm obviously being facetious. So, here's what I like to do. And she kind of goes over to Bert and she says, "You're okay, right, Bertrand?" He's like, you're not gonna like die on me, right?" And he just kind of looks at her, he kind of chuckles a little, goes, "Always the same, you haven't that changed." She kind of chuckles a little, she goes, "Alright, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get him back to his family. I'm gonna get him the proper care he needs. That's priority 1. Priority 2, find out where the fuck he's been. Alright? And while I do that, I'm gonna need all of you to kind of stick around here in Trostenwald. Alright? Because I might have some further questions for you. None of you are under arrest or anything like that. Don't get me wrong. You have done a great service to Trostenwald and its people by bringing them back. This is a very important man. But none of this makes any fucking sense to me. I gotta be honest here. So, yeah, I understand there's crazy magics in the world. And, yeah, magic probably's got a lot to do with what's going on. But I'm one of those people, I didn't make Lawmaster for being simple. Alright? I go and I investigate all of these things that come to me. And this is an investigation that bears a lot of weight now. So, I'm going to ask you all very, very nicely not to leave Trostenwald for the time being until we kind of sort all this out. If that's alright with all of you.
Okie
Leah?
dokie.
That's fine with me.
All right. Leah?
How can we help in your investigation? We'd like to know what we've been through as well. I can take you back to the spot. We can show you where we've been, the strange crystal orbs that are there, which were obviously part of the magic. It's been a horrible experience watching our friend die in such a horrible way. But at least we were able to bring back this wonderful man that you seem to have great respect for. So let us know how we can help with your investigation.
So as you say this, the Crown's Guard that she has sent out comes back, and you see him. He's got like his arms full of food, and so he just starts putting everything down. She says, "You, start taking notes." And everything that you just said, she starts repeating to him, and and not surprisingly, almost verbatim, everything you had just told her, she tells the Crown's Guard. And you just watch him furiously start writing all of this stuff down. And that's the other reason why I want you to stay here. So we're going to go off of all of the things you said. Obviously, once Bertrand is feeling up to it, we're going to sit down, we're going to have a nice chat with him, right? And he goes, yeah, yeah. And essentially, we're going to get as much information as we can. If we have any further questions, that's why we want you to stay. We want to basically make sure that we have you here to maybe fill in any gaps that we may find. All right.
Of course, we're at your service.
Good. That's good to hear, because if you left, I'd have to hunt you down and then probably throw you in the brig. So, because yeah, I'm being nice and requesting this, and you seem to be all on the level. But if you run, that's telling me you're not on the level, and I'm gonna have to do something drastic. So we all understand each other now, yeah? I don't have to make it any more clear than that.
Crystal
Sure.
clear, could you please recommend a good inn where we might spend the night?
Yeah, all right, that's not a problem. I guess it depends pretty much on like how well off you are, and by the looks of all of you. And she kind of looks all of you up and down. She says, "Y'all look kind of ragged to me. So I'll give you two places that you could probably afford. If you go to if you go to the Lockwood district, there's a tavern there, the Old Mudhole Tavern. They got some rooms for rent in the back. They're not the greatest, but if you need a roof over your head for the night, it's not bad. Then there is the Nestled Look Inn. That's only a few blocks down from here. It's a little more expensive, but again, there's probably the two places that you probably could afford by the looks of all of you.
Guys, I think we should stay as close to the lawmaker as possible, so why don't we go to the Thistleneck Inn?
Nestled Nook Inn.
Nestled Nook, sorry.
Yeah. And it's
It
Lawmaster.
sounds cozy.
And it's Lawmaster, sweetie. Lawmaster. You're not from around here, are you?
No, I'm from North.
Where north, if I might ask?
I lean in closer to her and say, Hupperduke.
She kind of looks at you and she's like, "Really? You don't look like a party girl to me."
It's a long story.
I'm sure it is, but if I need to know more, I know where you're staying. Right? You said you're all going down to the Nestled Nook, yeah?
Yes.
All right, that's perfect. You write that down. She kind of points to the Crown's Guard. And she's like, "Hey, yes, ma'am." All right, so all right, off with you, all of you. I got a lot to do now. I gotta make sure. Oh, Bertrand, you got grandkids. You know that, right? They're huge. They're like, what are you all still doing here? Get the fuck out!
Bye, Bertram.
And as he turns, he goes, thank you, all of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And you all make your way out of the Lawmaster's office. You're standing outside, and not one of you know how to get to the Nestled Nook Inn.
That sounds good.
What would you like to do?
Ask for directions for the Nestlebrook Inn.
Okay.
I locate the nearest Crown's Guard.
Um.
That looks friendly.
All right, Rowan, make an investigation check.
Did you hear me?
No, I didn't. What did you get?
I rolled an 8.
You rolled an 8. Okay. So you're standing in front of the lawmaster's office, and you're just kind of looking around, and you're trying to find one of the Crown's Guard. And you're just looking, and a good 15, 20 minutes go by, nothing. And then you recall there's one inside.
Nice. I didn't want to bug the Lawmaster again. I poke my head in and see where the friendliest Crown's Guard is at.
All right, as you poke your head in, you clearly see the lawmaster and Bertrand eating, and there's a Crown's Guard kind of standing right by the door. And as you peek in, he kind of looks down at you, and he goes, "Yeah."
Where's the Nestled Nook Inn?
Oh, it's and he starts giving you directions to go there, and then you hear the lawmaster, "The fuck are they still doing here?" He goes, they didn't know where the Nestle Nook Inn was. Did you tell them? Yeah, yes, Lawmaster. Is it? Well, fine. Get them the fuck out of here. Yes, Lawmaster. You should go. But he does give you directions on how to get there. You make your way. Yep. It's easily about a 15-minute walk. From the lawmaster's office to the Nestled Nook Inn, and as you make your way there, it is a 2-story building. It is fairly nice, and as you approach it, you can actually smell the smells of food and drink coming from it, as well as what sounds like just a lot of people just going about their day in a tavern, eating and drinking. You make your way inside the Nestle Nook Inn, and as you go in, there's a number of tables. You see a number of individuals sitting at these tables as your rather large group walks in. Conversation stops for a moment. They all kind of turn and look, and then just go right back to their discussion, almost ignoring you. At the far end, you can actually see where there is an individual, a woman, with red hair. It's tied up at the moment, but you can see strands just kind of like flying around on the sides of her face. Fairly young, maybe her late 20s or so, and she's got some plates in her hands, and she's kind of going from table to table, and she's giving it. And as you walk in, she goes, "Oh, just find yourself there's an empty chair, empty table over there. I'll be with you in a moment." You all sit down at the table. About a few moments later, she does come in. She goes, "Okay, all right, thank you for waiting. I'm so sorry, it's really busy here today. My name's Adeline, and so what can I get for you? Are you here just for you here for the lunch, or you just do you need anything else?"
We're
Lunch?
actually looking for a place to stay as well. How much are rooms?
Oh, well, we do have rooms. How many rooms do you need? We've got 3 rooms, currently unoccupied.
We can double up.
You need all 3?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. For how long?
Let's
Couple
start.
of days.
You think a couple days? Okay. How much
The
for?
lawmaster asked us to stay a couple of days.
Okay, so we'll start with 2 days.
Oh, 2 days? All right. And you want all 3 rooms, you said?
How much is a room?
Well, it's going to be. Hold on a second. Larry! And she kind of screams out, "You're the one that deals with the rooms!" You go, "Yeah, what do you want?" And you just see like this really, kind of like slovenly looking guy, probably about maybe his late 50s or early 60s, just kind of comes out completely bald, bushy beard. You can't even see his mouth. The beard is just completely. It's like just unkempt beard. And he goes, "What people want rooms?" She goes, "Yeah, you deal with it. He'll take care of it. I'm sorry. I usually just deal with the food in the kitchen. He'll be the one that could help you out. Uh, do you want food? I could bring you food.
Yes, please. Yes, that would be great. What are you
Um,
having today?
well, we do have the lunch special, and she kind of looks at all of you. She goes, "It will probably be enough for all of you. And that's basically assorted meats and cheeses, as well as some bread, 2 pitchers of ale. Um, is that uh,
That sounds like a good place to start.
and considering we are in Trostenwald, if you wanted any of the beers that are brewed here locally, we do have those available as well.
Oh, lovely. Thank you.
All right. That will be for the lunch special. That will be 5 silver.
Okay. I dig 5 silver out of one of my pouches and hand it over.
All right. She takes it. I'll be out with that as quickly as I can.
Thank you.
Larry, these are the folks. He'll be right with you. So he goes and says, "All right, how you doing? I'm Larry. You need rooms? How many rooms you need?" Uh,
3, please.
oh, that's good because we only got 3 rooms.
Yes, that's what she said.
Oh, okay, good. Um, so you're doubling up, but it's gonna be all of you in the 3 rooms, yeah?
Correct.
How long do you need the rooms for?
I'm not sure. We're gonna try for 2 days, and if it's longer, we'll let you know.
All right. So 3 rooms in 2 days. That's gonna put you at 8 silver.
Okay. Um, Leah, pay the man.
I shake my head and take out 8 silver and pay him.
All right. So he kind of very slowly looks at you, Leah, as you hand him the money. He goes, "All right, all right. I'll go get you your keys. Give me a moment." And he kind of shuffles off away from the table.
Thank you.
He turns around. He shuffles back to the table, and he goes, "You're very welcome." He turns around and he just shuffles away.
Leah turns to Rowan and says, "What, did I adopt you?"
I just paid for lunch.
All right.
All right. So, after a few moments, Larry does return with your keys. He gives you the 3 keys, shows you, the stairs that lead upstairs, and tells you that's where the rooms are. Um, not too long after that, Adeline comes back and she starts putting food down at the table for all of you. Yeah, and it's your basic meats, basic cheeses, some fruits. There's a large loaf of bread. Two pitchers of a simple ale. Um, but it's a lot of food for what you paid for. But it's very simple. It definitely does the job. So, and according to her, this is the lunchtime. So, what would you guys like to do at this moment?
We should find a map maker while we're here.
And a bookstore.
And the components, please.
Yeah, getting a lay of the town would be a good bet.
It's so nice to be back in civilization.
I agree.
Okay. So as you all begin to consume your lunch, and you sit there and you kind of ponder the events of the last few days. Hopefully, some of you lamenting the passing of your fairly new companion. Others thinking about the wild, crazy crap that just happened that makes
Mm-hmm.
almost no sense, and you're somehow trying to wrap your heads around it. Um, you all slowly begin to feel somewhat safer in the confines of civilization, in the town of Trostenwald. And that is where we are going to call it for the evening. So, interesting couple of things before we close out today's game. Um, Being that next week there will be no game, and now that you are all in the town of Trostenwald, we are actually going to be doing something called downtime activities. Um, a number of you have already said that there's a couple of things that you're looking to do while you're in town. You are all going to have 2 weeks in game time to actually accomplish whatever you'd like to accomplish while you are in Trostenwald. So you've already started making some. You said like you want to go find a bookkeeper, you want to find a map maker, a couple of things. Start putting all of those things together, all the things that you would like to do, and send those to me during our break. When we come back, we are going. We will role play some of that out if you want to role play it. But we'll actually do some rolls in between the game to see how successful you are in finding certain things, and then when we actually come back, we'll figure out where we are.
Okay.
But also, additionally, if there are things that your character themselves want to accomplish, that's something to, or things that you want to buy. Think about those things and start putting that together.
Okay. That's
Uh,
pretty straightforward.
Jarina?
After the session, can you send me the items that I took from Hope's corpse?
Sure, not a problem. I also do want to say this is not just for you guys, but for anybody who's watching. We are going to be moving forward from this point on. We are going to be using Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. The book that just recently came out from Wizards does add a number of different things to certain players. My players, I will be contacting you over the next 2 weeks to figure out if there's anything from that you'd like to add to your character, because there are certain things that you can add to your character with this now. Jarina, Maya is now going to be the first sidekick in this campaign, which means that she will level up with you, and she will actually acquire certain skills that will help as a sidekick. So this is going to be very interesting because this is a new dynamic that came out with Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, and I can't wait to see where that goes with it. I would also like to apologize to my beautiful wife for killing her character. While it is always a part of this game where there is always the possibility of a permadeath for your character, that doesn't mean that it's always fun and that it's always easy to do, especially as a DM. I don't like doing it, but if the story calls for it and the dice make that decision, I'm just the person that reads the dice. I'm the person who says what happens. I think character deaths are something that can help drive a story forward, and kind of also put in perspective certain things, both in and out of game, for the characters. So I'd really like for all of you to kind of think about what Hope's death actually means for your characters, what that actually also means for you as players, as she was only level 3 and she's now gone. So kind of keep that perspective, kind of think about that as we move forward. I will be working with her to, you know, to build her new character and see how that new character actually fits into the narrative. And as we move forward, we'll see what happens with that as well. So yeah, I'm gonna talk a little bit about character death this Sunday. Next Sunday coming. Um, when I do my talking with the DM, because I think it's something worth exploring. It's a topic definitely worth talking about, because a lot of people don't know how to deal with it. Some people do get upset, and again, as I said, I think it's something worth exploring. So I do want to say thank you all, to my players. It was a great game, and honey, I'm really really sorry. I'm so sorry. I feel so
We can
bad.
stop apologizing.
I do. Look, I feel bad. I feel bad. You know, it's not gonna stop me from feeling bad. And I also want to thank everybody who's stood with us this whole time, who watched us today. Thank you again for all of your support and everything that you've been doing to support us. It's amazing as always. Very quickly, I want to do a couple of shout outs. Firefox, thank you for following us. Red Leader, thank you for gifting the subs. We super appreciate it. Lady Poopsie, thank you for your cheer. Adult Nature, thank you for your cheer. Red Leader, thank you for resubscribing. Laurie Rose, thank you so much for the raid. We really appreciate it. Laurie Rose, for those who don't know, amazing streamer, amazing person. Should absolutely check out her stream. Her and her other half, Coyote Wildfire, great people, wonderful people. And thank you again to everybody who's watching, who's doing this. Once again, quick reminder: we will not be streaming next Thursday this game for Thanksgiving. But next week we will also, but that Saturday and Sunday, I will be streaming on Saturday for Old Man Plays Old Games, and on Sunday I will be doing the talking with the DM, where we'll be building a character, but also now talking about character death as well. So that's pretty much it for the stream. Thank you again so much. Be safe this holiday. As safe as you possibly can. Take care of yourselves. Take care of others. Be good to others, and more importantly, be good to yourself. And we will see you next time. Take care.
Two to your head. Yeah,
It's
that's
yeah.
Ivan. I, because you're not following him yet. I put it in chat.
URHEAD.
He's playing zombies right now.
I'm gonna catch you guys next time. And I'll see the rest of you all downstairs. Good night.
Good night.